welcome guys. We're still waiting for the others, but yeah, we're just starting now. We're just gonna be reviewing the game that has just ended. Unfortunately, we fell short. It was a game of small margins as usual. Football is a game of small margins. You have to take your chances. You have to select well and everything. So yeah, unfortunately, that's the case. Okay, Carlos, go on. What was your take on the selection and how we started?
Uh, Let me start with the coach. Ne?
Yeah,
I want to start with the coach. The way he wants to do you hear me?
yeah, can hear you.
Uh, the way the coach want to implement his philosophy, he needs players who are who can work hard in the team in the midfield. Like, do you know that Real Madrid of what do you call him, of Zidane, that one, which had Cruz, Modric, and Casemiro. He
Yeah,
needs those kind. He needs those kind of players.
okay,
Secondly, I go to the players. Ne?
yeah,
Our players, like when I come to like, it seems like those players, they don't listen to the coach instructions, and the lack of concentration. What I've from this tournament or this tournament, what I've realized is the coach was also selecting his players. He was looking for his players who can suit his type of play. And I can guarantee you that majority of those players who were playing, they are not going to be called in the next assignment. Majority of those players, they are not going to be. Let me tell you, players we are not going to be called again. Teenage Adebe, Arubi, Mruira. Those three players, watch the space. They won't come around. They won't come again because of
okay,
they don't. They doesn't suit. Uh, that doesn't suit the kind of play the coach want to implement.
okay.
I don't know, Ray. How do you see it? Uh, am I
Yeah, go on,
still
Ray. Ray,
Ray?
Kelvin, can you hear us?
Ray? So
Okay.
OJ, are we good?
Yeah, yeah, we're good. Go on, Ray. What's your take?
Right. My take is this. Look, it's at the end of the day, Anditika, it's the coach's discretion on who plays, on who starts, who plays, right? And if you look at that, the coach started with Msendami and T1. I'll call Maswanhise T1 and Chirewa T2. He started with T1 and T2. Sorry, and Msendami. They did what they were meant to do. Yeah,
Yeah,
they were taking on the defenders, and the South African defenders knew who Msendami was. They knew Maswanhise, right? But where I feel, look, this coach, the setup, Yoktanga, everything was good. Look, I'm not gonna say take anything away. Let's give credit where it's due. Everything was good and set, but today Divine Lunga was in another bubble. I don't know did Mackenzie threaten him or something, because those mistakes. Okay, the first one I don't blame him, because you see, as a defender, you're trying to shield from, when where the shot is coming from, it ricocheted off him. It happens. That header, I don't know what he was thinking of, going to the keeper. You see, on that header, there are two issues here. One, it's him trying to go back to the keeper and not making sure the ball gets there. Two, the keeper being flat-footed, not seeing it coming, and then trying to have a first-time hold of the ball, punch the ball away. Why was he trying to hold it? A first-time holding it.
Yeah.
And then the Maswanhise goal. We've always said, this kid is scoring for fun to Scotland. And it's not a fluke that he's scoring. He's scoring because he's got the ability. And when he took that ball, went on that run, wiped the first guy, made Mbokazi go for pizza, didn't come back, didn't even think about him. The rest were just there because they fell victim because Mbokazi, their trusted guy, was sent for pizza. That goal speaks volume. We need to talk about that goal for some time to come. That kid is who he is. And then the master stroke. You see, when we're chatting on the chat WhatsApp, I said we need a target man. And Slouis was saying, why Bonnie? And I said we need a target man. You give the ball, he controls it or he lays it off to the next player coming. You need players that are thinking like that can run to that layoff. And when you put in T2, we need to be seeing what these boys are doing. Chirewa is who he thinks he is. Louis. Chirewa is who he thinks he is. Abana, you see that boy's got this thing about him, and he goes on pride, and let him do that, because if you take that away from him, he loses his game. When he came in, you can see what he was doing, and when he became the target man, you could see what these boys are doing. The Boni, when he lays it off to these guys who are running, and Chirewa and the two T's were doing most of the running. And then let's go back to my guy in defense, Gerald Takwara. I'm back again with Nenye Takwara. Whatever he lacks in terms of pace, Takwara makes it with heart. Takwara is a soldier. Takwara ndo masoja varume kanyora pama toilets. Musoja. Takwara will tell you kuti ndakunopinda apo kapo. Before he can even say anything, he's already there. Takwara was solid. And then I said before, and then I was attacked for being a tribalist when I said Hadebe is not better than Galloway. You remember that, OJ? I said that long time ago. And I was told, and you tried to defend me, and I tried to explain that I can't be tribalist. My mother is in Ndebele. I can't be tribalist. But who right now is going to tell me right now, Kuti, Hadebe should start before Galloway? I want to know right now. Hapana, because Galloway has proved, Kuti, he is the man that's supposed to be playing there.
Yeah.
The team, overall, this coach, personally, yes, we called him a plumber, we called him names, but this coach deserves a chance. What we're seeing today, this coach deserves a chance. The most important point to be taken from today is that, one, Marvelous Nakamba should not come back. Two, he should never be a captain, because we have Jonah Fabisch. I don't know what people want Jonah Fabisch to do, for that boy to get his flowers, for people to realize this kid is what we've been waiting for that defense midfield role. This kid, Anos Kranaso, he sees, he tells other players with end up, and this boy is thinking, he's walking, thinking football. But Captain Veda because that ball, I don't know what he was doing there, or why he did that. But you see, these guys need to start going one by one. They need to start going. It's their time. Thank you for your service. You need to go. Don't come back. And then Prodigy. Let me talk about Prodigy. For Afcon, Akuskwe development. You develop a player by making him play under 15, 17, 18 Achuya. And then the other issue, I'll tell you why this kid is not a Prodigy. Because at 16, 17 years old, Peter Ndlovu was Soccer Star of the Year. Before he left for the UK, he played half a season. He was Soccer Star of the Year. So when we tell you Kuti Prodigy Chi, do not argue. Mbana Wiko, he's okay. He's okay. But I want to show you Kuti Hasraiva for this level. Bora rapo rabamba aritarisa bamba ka 2. Anditka. If it was someone an instinct yekugwesa paipai dararwa chigunyu richangobamba kekutanga paipai. You understand? This kid, let him go back kusaizi dzake ambonofushara kusaizi dzake ozodzoka. You understand? I have nothing against the kid. He could be something big within the future. But for now, we want people who ball. Want ballers, but overall take, we need to give this plumber a chance. The boys are playing well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. This one is not a plumber, it's a mechanic, as the people are saying. And thank you. We've got some new faces who have come up. We've got Coach Franz. I was just speaking to him earlier on. He's a sports scientist. So we have more people who speak meaningful stats. And then we have Cancelo, young man Tino, welcome. Bolas, welcome. Slimy, welcome. Malcolm, welcome. And Senior Oliver, welcome. So Cancelo, I'm coming to you. Can you just give us a breakdown of our lineup, how we're lining up, and why you think the coach could have done that?
OJ, I will let the Madala speak first. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Kelvin, are you ready?
Respect,
Kelvin.
Hello. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I was struggling with network. Yeah, I'm traveling, so but I
okay.
Can hear you now.
Okay. Can you give us a breakdown, just a breakdown of the game, tactical setup, how we set up, and why we did that?
The first thing I would say is, which you're used to now. I try to look at the game without putting too much emotions into it. And I try to be as objective as I can. And I'm going to start by saying, I know there's going to be a lot of stuff, about being said, about players, about the coach, about everything, yeah. But I look at it in this way because I'm a realist, yeah. To have assembled the side that he assembled, coach has made mistakes, players have made mistakes, but I'm actually hurt that we lost the game, but I'm not disheartened. And I wouldn't normally say this about Zimbabwe because you know where we've come from, with the game. But I think the bottom line is I'm looking at it, and I think we've got a better future. And obviously there's players who are in there who probably have had their last run. But we also have very exciting players who, with more time, in the setup, with the coach as well, really trying to implement, his style. Not just, these 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You know what? Anyone who's played football, in fact, I'm not even going to say anyone who's played football. Anyone who's worth their salt when it comes to football would know that you can never, ever, ever have an identity and put it into place, and become second nature to players in 4 weeks, 5, 6 weeks. It does not happen. Zimbabwe was never going to have a real identity like that you would expect of South Africa. So to do what we have done and to be disappointed with how we feel like now is actually a good thing, because it shows that in amongst all the lack of identity, we actually have players who can, when they really put together, will do okay. Will do okay because look at it today. What's the most thing, that's hurting us more? These were unforced errors today. Yeah, unforced errors cost us the game today. Things that you want rookies to make those mistakes. but it was unfortunately the senior players where they should be thinking, you know what, this game is not one where I take any risk at all, and they did take risk. So it's disheartening. When it comes to setup, and I felt that the coach was very bold. That was a bold, lineup, to have those 4 offensive, players in there, and then have, Jonah and Marvelous sitting in there. It didn't quite work out, because I think the ball retention was a bit of a problem, simply because South Africa, we were struggling to get, to them. The main reason being the issue that we've had, in the past games, we are too far apart of each other. Too far apart, of each other. We're not compact at all. We play a formation that should be compact, but we're not compact because the gap, that the midfielders are having to go into. Say, even if you want to start a press, from up front, it's just too big. It's just too big. You're finding Mave and Jonah again. You find them sitting too deep, and we'll struggle. We'll struggle with that. But as the game went on, and sometimes the goal as well can lift up, lads a little bit. The one thing that we had in that side, we had energy. So where we needed the energy, sometimes it actually worked. But overall, I was always worried about our midfield because it just didn't look. Again, it didn't look like.
Okay.
Our midfield should be playing in tandem with the strikers, but there's always a gap there.
Your sound is going.
My sound is
going. Yeah. I think we'll catch you a little bit later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah, I think I'll pass where I am now, because I think I'm losing network here. So someone just come in then.
Okay. All right. You're the defensive guru. You've been a goalkeeper. You know what was happening in terms of goal. What happened with that mistake or the mix-ups that happened for most of our goals?
Okay. Yeah, where do I start? Let's talk about that mistake by the first goal by Lunga. Lunga went into block.
Is it just me?
You can't hear me, or
I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Al.
All right. Okay, I'll start on the first mistake that was made by Lunga. He went into block. That one is a natural mistake that happens. When you go into block, sometimes you don't catch the ball right, and then it goes underneath and goes over the keeper. You see, what I would have loved to see was for Arubi trying to get off his back as quickly to try and give himself a second chance of saving it. But maybe it was too fast for him, but he never bothered to try and get up. You see, you needed him to try and get up, have a second go at saving it, stop the goal from going in by all means. Then we come to Lung again with the ball headed back. One, it lacked pace. It wasn't a strong enough header to get to Arubi, who was further into his goal. He was closer to the line than closer to the edge of the 18-yard area. So that was one mistake on his part, on the goalkeeping part. But the ball was weak. It was a weak header, very weak header. He should have headed it with much strength to reach to the goalkeeper, but he didn't. But however, the ball had enough pace to get into the box. That's where you expect your goalkeeper to be strong. You see, when keeper anofana kutyisa ngokuza kudhara pataienda wakasumudza gumbo kudai so chinobata bhora una strike. ndozvaaifanira kupinda ipapo, not exactly kusumudza ake gumbo yaigona kupa penalty, but in that case he wasn't strong enough. Bhora riya haungahedherwe bhora iwo you have an advantage yemaoko, you can put your hands up, you get taller. See, once asvika pai he was supposed to be forceful, but he was weak, and it resulted in the goal. When I saw him, at first I thought the ball he was not going to get to reach the striker, but when he got behind Forster, in that moment you have to be strong. He barely. It's like he was he was afraid that he was gonna be head batted in his face. So you expect a goalkeeper to be strong. So it was a mistake on the goalkeeper's part. It was a mistake on the defender's part. And then Marvelous Nakamba, I don't know what he was doing on that goal. When he had, I have no idea what he was trying to do. Honestly, that late in a game, that late in a game, what are you doing? What are you? Why is your arm out there in the first place? And why are you even trying to make a diving header in your own box? So that one, there's no excuse for that. You see, I thought during the game he started well, like defensively, like they were not sitting too deep. Him and Fabisch, they were a bit further apart, further away from the back four. So I thought they started well, but then I think nekufamba kwenguva vatanga kuneta, and then maybe that was a result yekuneta. And I was actually surprised he was still on the pitch for that long. He should have been taken off way earlier. You see, because anga kurakidza kuti aneta anyway. But ndo panouya nyaya yatogara chitaura yematch fitness. The guy is not match fit. But as far as the defensive mistakes, that's what I think was happening.
All right. Maybe Oliver, are you able to just touch on our midfield?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was waiting for this opportunity. I think what Nakamba did is expected of somebody who's desperate. These guys, this game, I was not hurt like what Kelvin has actually indicated. But, it's actually, we left it too little, too late. So near yet so far. I think in all the games that we have played, it was a chance, it was in a situation whereby you could actually say, we could have won this, we could have won this. And in this one in particular was actually a derby. And you could actually see that people really wanted to win, and that's the reason why you find Nakamba had to do what he did, not because he wanted to, but the emotion and everything. I think people should learn. Let's learn to forgive Nakamba and let him have a very good exit without blaming him. Yes, there was nothing that we could have done. Even a draw, still we're not going to qualify. But I feel if I'm in Marve's shoes or if I was the coach, I would feel that I've given everything, and worse off, I'm the captain. So I needed to do something. With hindsight, he didn't know that he was towards the goalpost. But Simon Antambira Luton with the VAR, he should have actually been up. He should actually have been switched on to say this is not it. But I think the first half, we managed to contain South Africa. South Africa came to us the first 10 minutes and they scored in 7 minutes. And they were very, very mobile. But we lacked somebody at the center who could actually control the center. You'd actually notice that South Africa was even avoiding, was even playing from the back. Then they go to the center. From the center, they spread the wings. They had the luxury of keeping two people at the center and having Mwemuna no follower after Lunga. They knew that Kuna Lunga can treat two. So I think they did their homework very well. And that being the case, I also saw that Dube was not the Dube that we expected. The first half was actually very good with Musendami trying to do one or two things, but I think the South Africans knew that Musendami was going to cause problems, and that's the reason why they were even hacking him down. But kudos to Maswanhise, he has actually proved a point beyond the expectations, the coach and everything. He has even registered himself as good. I can still play besides being called plays like a go-go, but he has played like a star. And lastly, before I give others a chance, I would like to eliminate those that should not actually come closer to our national team again for Vision 2030, starting with Lunga, Arubi, Garanganga, Takwara. Takwara, I would leave him because Takwara is still, even he's old, but you could actually see the heart that he had. For me, he's the man of the tournament. Then Nakamba, thank you very much, but you played very well. Bonnie Edge will catch up with you. Chipezeze, sorry you have not been used, but you caused DRC the last time. Dube, it's not with us. Adebe, thank you very much. But the last time that we lost against Afcon, it was Dube in 30 seconds to go. Then Mudimu, I'm really sorry about that. Then Wadi, you tried last time. Murwira, thank you very much. No more singing. Musona, it's only the hamstring. Chakuchichi, you need to go to the juniors. We don't want to see you to the seniors. Start with Kosafa there if you qualify. These are the people that I think. I think Chakuchichi, yes, we want him to play, but let us not hurry to give him the glory that we think he has. So I think
Yeah,
we'll relegate him to go down. Even Pachan, I don't think he should actually play because there are people who are playing in front of him. But
yeah,
overall, I think it was a very good experience. But the unfortunate thing is, this counts as three losses and it goes to the statistics of the coach. This is the fifth, this is
two
the fourth
losses.
loss,
Okay.
four losses and one win. And we're counting.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Oliver. This one, I just want to go to our sports scientist today. We've got a sports scientist, Coach Franz. Um, is there any contribution in terms of the lack of match fitness towards some of the mistakes we saw from, for example, from Marvelous? Uh, like maybe he's not up to scratch. So some movements that you do are a bit lazy or a bit slow, and you end up having some handballs and all.
Hi guys, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Good, good. Yeah, yeah, you can hear you clear.
Okay, great. My name's Coach Francis. So, Ash, I'm very disappointed with Marvelous right now. I think Marvelous gave the game away there. I think if anything, that was the wrong sort of movements that he made in the box, sticking his hand out, touching the ball. That was very unnecessary. At a point where the game was a draw, he should have just trusted his goalkeeper, Washington Arubi, to say, hey, it's almost out. I think if I header it, it's obviously out. But to touch it now, that's unnecessary. Um, for the other players, I think that they did all right, except maybe Divine Lunga, it wasn't his game today. I would have I would have urged the coach to sub him off after one or two errors, especially after that first goal. I'd have said, look, coach, this guy is not having his game. You need to take him off. Maswanhise, I'd mentioned in comments on Facebook that this guy can score goals, and he banged two today. So I would give him a high applause for his performance today. But overall, I think Zimbabwe had that one in the bag. They
Yeah.
just let it go by one player who was not in the game. I would not put that player back in the team, to be honest with you.
Okay. Thank you. Which one is
May
that
I
player?
politely, may I respectfully ask who is that player?
Who is that player?
Well, look, guys. At this stage of the game, we've seen pictures of Frank Lampard heading the ball and the ground at the same time. There was no hands in sight. We do not
Yeah,
expect that at this level of the game. So to now be hitting the ball when it's possibly going out and sticking your hand, it's very unnecessary. We
yeah,
we
that's
don't we
true.
don't put that. That is not a player who's fit to win a tournament. That is not a
Yeah,
player you need to put on your team like that. More so, he's a captain. He set a very bad example for other kids. I think
yeah,
that was for me the lowest blow that
yeah,
we could have. It was just very disappointing to
yeah,
see that happen at that particular moment.
yeah. Thank you, Coach
Uh,
Franz.
OJ, I think
Yeah.
also I wanted to ask you how did you view our young Tawanda Chirewa? I think he came in with a lot of energy, but he was so selfish. even on some things that some places where he needed to just pass. I think the push to the need to score, or the push
Yeah,
from Maswanhise that Maswanhise had scored and had
yeah.
another one, had scored twice, and had another ball that was actually deflected, which would have actually gained us a point. I think
Yeah.
that push. How do you take that if you were the coach on the bench?
Um, Chirewa. Okay, Chirewa.
Yeah.
I think there are just some players who've got an X factor, and they know that I've got this X factor and I can do this thing. So added to the pressure of being a sub in all the 3 games, when he comes in, he feels like he needs to come in and change things. So sometimes it works out. For example, a moment of brilliance for that excellent through ball that went to Tawanda for the second goal. That one, we don't have any other midfielder who can do that. So I think sometimes we have to forgive him, Chirewa. He's got a special thing in him that maybe sometimes we need to let him do his thing and allow him. And I think with maturity, uh, better decisions will come. Better decisions will come with more game time. Remember this, Chirewa boy has only played 12 minutes, I think, of first team action. Then most of his minutes have been in the UEFA Youth League and the Premier League under 21. So he's under pressure, but he knows he can bring something, and he can indeed bring it. So I think it's growth that needs to happen.
Can I can
That's
I
that's
can I
something.
just come in there with Chirewa, yeah?
Yeah,
Can I come in with Chirewa, yeah? Right. Sometimes it's easy for us to talk about how selfish a player can be, and but you've got to understand, in the football world, there's always players in any team who've got characteristics that are just different from everyone. Yeah, and those characteristics make that person. And you can cry all you want, yeah, but that's the nature of Chirewa's game, yeah. He's he's almost like Marmite, yeah. You want to strangle him for some of the decisions that he makes, but he also makes some brilliant decisions as well. So he's always one of those, he's always in between. So no matter what, you watch Chirewa every game, you're going to have one one sort of a movement where you're going to say, what the hell? And you're also going to have a situation where you're going to think he's a genius. You can't change that about Chirewa. I've seen so many players over my football career where they can be so annoying, but you can't remove that from him because that's part of him. Think about it this way. Because he's been a sub, many a times when you're a sub and you come on, and you think that maybe everyone has been calling you that you're selfish, you start passing even where you're not supposed to pass because you want to get into the coach's good books and be
The network is doing us down here.
starter.
Can I?
So you would think that Chirewa would do that. He doesn't. Chirewa.
Can I? OJ, can I come in on that Chirewa issue? You see, if you play and you've played with different players, aren't you? There are things, there are these traits each player has. There are traits that they have. I'll give you the traits some of our players have in that national team. If you watch Maswanhise, if you watch his clips from Scotland when he plays from the wing, every first touch he has to go past the defender. He doesn't cut in and then cross the ball or something. He already sees where he wants to go. His first touch, he's going to pass a player and then he's going to swing. So that is straight. If you take that away from him, you've destroyed Maswanhise, right? Takwara, if you are coming to Takwara and Takwara thinks you're trying to be smart car,
Takwara decides uyu da kumpedza uyu. He is coming to finish you. And if you take that aggression out of Takwara, Takwara becomes useless. You understand? Galloway, if you take out that coolness away, you are too cool for my liking in the box. You don't have Galloway anymore. You understand? So this kid Chirewa, let me tell you, there's also the youth in him. He's got that youth in him. But we without saying that, he's in a borderline. He's on a borderline. You get genius and you get something irrational at that point. Now, when Bonnie came in, right? Did you see every ball that plays to Bonnie? Who was the first guy to get to Bonnie? It was him. You know why? Because he understands good. Bonnie's the target man. Bonnie control the ball. He will lay it off. Every ball I know Bonnie because he knows it's this thing. It's this spark in him. He knows good who he plays like this. And then that pass, Yapa Maswanhise, hey, you rewind that. If that was the EPL, they're going to rewind that 4 times. Could you look at this? Look at this. If it's the genius in him, that boy, he's on that borderline, and that boy, he is who he thinks he is. I will say that. I'll speak for him. He is who he thinks he is. And I'll safely say, the future is safe with him and Maswanhise. And also, did you notice when Jalai came in? You see, this is where I always talk about. I always talk about. You see, I love ball players. Let me tell you, I love ball players. My favorite all-time ball players, Ronaldinho, Gaucho, JJ Okocha. I love ball players. Guys who think with the ball at their feet. Did you see when Jalai came in? Did you see options? Because he was now becoming the option. He was now making things easy. And this is the kind of right back you want. When I say the future is safe, these are the boys I'm talking about. The way he was running off the ball, what was his decisions with the ball, you can tell Kuti. If you take that away from Jalai, if you take that offensive aspect in Jalai, you destroy Jalai. So Chirewaka, it is what he is. It is what it is. Let's accept him, Kuti. Those Hatori, and like you said, with time and maturity, he might, and I'll use the word might in capital letters. He might change. But what I foresee is he's always going to be. He's going to be doing all that, even if he gets older. Whatever team he's going to go to, they're going to have the best of both worlds. Chirewa is like. Do you know? Does anyone remember Ricardo Quaresma? Remember Ricardo Quaresma?
Yeah.
Chirewa is the charisma. He's charisma. When he's on Songa, day race 90 minutes, I'm telling you, Munodambu Kamanda way, Muchimuchaga, you won't find him. But if he decides to be reckless, he's reckless, sure. But you see, that the moment he came in, the impact he had, this is not the first time he's coming with impact, even the last game. Yeah. So it's not good he's competing with T1. It's not, no, in those angle reasons. I doubt he wants you to know, Kuti, I'm here now. He is that kind of player. I want you to know that I'm here now. Maybe my teammates in the opposition, I want all of you to know, I'm here now. And the moment he came in, they all knew he's here. From his first game in South Africa, when the South Africans said, where did Zimbabwe get this guy? And then just last week, after the Jonah Fabisch, another South African guy posted and said, where are you cooking these boys from? He says, just when you think Zimbabwe are done, they cook another one. He was talking about Jonah. These South Africans see what we ourselves fail to see in our boys. Already someone was questioning Jonah and hey, how you guys were talking about him highly, that's the game. But when I saw him, yes, he's a player. He makes mistakes. He's a kid. I'm not to say he's a kid. He's still learning his trade. But what that boy does, what Jonah does in a game, goes way beyond what most of these guys who have been playing do. So we cannot take that away from these players. If I was the coach, I wouldn't tell Chirewa to change anything. I'll tell him go and do your thing, because whether you tell him or you don't, he's going to do that.
He's going to do
so.
That.
But let's go back. Prodigy Ngadzo get under 17.
I totally agree with
you. Prodigy Ngano developer. If Agano Spaka Ikoko and then he comes up the ladder, yes. But for now, because for now we have the 2 T's in there. For now, on either flank, we have the 2 T's. We have Msendami. Who is he going to? I know Bisani among those three guys.
No, he doesn't have anyone he can play.
There we go.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. Louis, welcome. Your first time here. Louis, can you comment on, did you see any gap that we had in terms of number 10 position against Thapelo Bill in the, was it right to start with those fast wingers centrally, or there was something there? What was your view of the attack?
I mean, personally, I was impressed with the team. I questioned why he was starting Bill and Sendami at the same time. But as the game started, Pamba Chifambo, man, bringing the game like that to South Africa, I have to give it to the coach. More credit to him. But Bafana game, especially when we went into the second half. I saw it fit. Angakufana kuburitsa one of those players. They look tired and we were lost into their roles. What am I supposed to be doing? Especially Bill. He should have
Yeah,
gone. Dube, yeah, angachiratidza kuti position awareness yake yanga ichiri right. But Bill was lost. Anga asisina kana anything changa. I mean, Musendami na Bill. Anga kutanga kujublicate zvavanga vachiita. But
yeah,
in all the same, that midfield, for me, I agree with Mkoma Ray. Papinda Tawanda, you question yourself, why is he not playing all the games? He's our number 10 going forward, Tawanda Chirewa. With all the stupid decisions that he makes, with all those shooting and not passing, that's who he is. And that's what you want as Warriors. You want someone who is confident to do those things. So
yeah,
if you're gonna have Tawanda in there, Urgus Parker, the forwards, Vanenge Vaku expected the balls to come to them. And that pass alone, yeah, itwa na Chirewa to make that equalizer from Maswanhise.
yeah,
That's a
yeah,
that's a wow. That's a wow moment. You can never see that every day. And only
Yes.
players like him have got that ability. Only
special
players
player.
Yes.
like Chirewa have got that ability.
Yes.
Now, I'm really interested in two issues here.
Yeah,
The answer I'm going to but Lunga, I heard someone say Lunga should not be coming back to the Warriors. Tikatarisa, who made the goal? Razoiswa pass na Chirewa. It was Lunga. Lunga made that goal. Lunga also the ball, Agawina ball, and
yeah,
he made an intelligent pass to Chirewa before that through ball. Lunga
yeah,
made mistakes, I admit. But that guy was playing very well, and he was shutting down Chimudau. Chimudau comes forward. Ukana Chimudau Chichitamba Sundowns. He comes forward and he venges into the boxes. But because Lunga was there, Ranga
yeah,
Vichira. And
Look, I had two my
yeah.
mistake. My go
I
board.
I do get, but the first mistake here, go Bora yeah, deflection, guys. Come on, that mistake
The
here,
Yeah.
second
Lunga
one,
did that.
the header.
That Arubi. The second one for me, yes, Lunga should have screamed, keeper, that's your ball. But Arubi, I'm
Yeah,
blaming Arubi more on that ball. How do you get someone anokukunda kushika pa bora iya shansa musoro uine maoko tu?
yeah.
Ah. Ah.
Cole, on the first goal, do you think that Lunga should have been tighter with because
Yes.
the attacker had so much time
Yeah. Yeah.
to
The
pick his spot?
The only blame I'll give to Lunga on the first goal is if you notice how Galloway was defending in our previous game against Angola. Taito Sekarichite Wanangaji defended a corner flag.
Yeah,
He was not even allowing someone that space. So the
to turn.
only
Mm.
issue with that goal was the space that he awarded Muna shooter Bora. But the deflection on its own, come on guys, that happens. It's a mistake. The second
Okay.
goal, that's Arubi. Arubi should have done better. How do you name so true?
Yeah,
Ojibiwa kusvika pabhora nemusoro uone
Ah.
maoko
Shit.
tu. He should
Ah.
have
Shit.
prevented that goal from coming. As well as Lunga might have screamed kuti hauna borero. We gifted South Africa 3 goals. I don't know what
yeah.
Nakamba was doing, but I also do not blame Nakamba. He should not have been on the pitch pasazosvika ipo pai. Angadai abuda kudhaya.
But Louis,
Ah,
did we have any option to come off the bench in that deep midfield area?
that's the other issue now
Yes,
because
we
like
did.
I would say we were missing Munity very much for this Nations Cup. I don't think Pampane Muno would run the right pick with this person is going to go in and play Parutambwa Pachona Kamba Parutazwana Kamba, if I would say. Though probably what the coach is thought to say, let's better stick with what we know. Tongo Jegira Takadar. And there was no options. Then Mukama Ray on the Prodigy. I fail to get why you guys are picking on him so much. He only came in for 5 minutes. He managed to take a shot.
True.
Ah,
Listen,
ah, ah,
listen,
ah.
listen. He managed to take a shot. Other players will play you 90 minutes and they will never find themselves in a position to even make a shot. He is 16. He only came for 5 minutes. Moshe again,
No. It's not about Moshayaki. You know, a mistake that is made in the 18 area and the mistake that is made in the center circle, the gravity is totally different.
Did he make a mistake though?
That young man was given a chance and the Borariga Bamba twice. Achitotsvaga gumbo rekundorova sei, only for him kuzorova pavarwa.
I thought he was
Where we
trying.
needed just to pass. That's number one. We are not saying good is not good. We are saying he is good in his with his age and his age mates. But don't compare him to Peter Njov.
No, no,
Don't
no, no, no,
even
no.
compare him to Walter Musona.
No, 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 no,
Don't
no, no, no,
even
no.
compare him to Marvelous Nakamba Abata Bora. You know, because that young man
Mkoma
at the
Jopo,
moment he still has a lot to learn.
let me come in. Let me come
That's
in
what
here.
I.
I don't know
Yeah,
that
go
young
on.
man. This is my first time watching him play, and
Mhm.
he only came in for 5 minutes. He is 16, I'm told. He has done some things wherever he's done, and just I've never watched him.
He has not done
But
anything because Vakajiwa must under 17.
I cannot fault him for that touch he made in the box. He shot at goal. He shot at goal and that was blocked. Some other players, one of freezer, he shot at goal, and there was another attempt of him trying to go with someone who hit. At 16 years, you are doing that at that grandstand. Guys, come on.
Yeah.
No, we are
Ngachanda.
not saying he's bad.
Eh.
Get me right. We are not saying he's bad. But we are saying when people try to compare him with Peter Jove and say he
So
is like that, in that caliber, he's a prodigy, that's when we start then saying, no,
Louis,
it's not.
Gono, Louis,
Mm.
let me come in where my problem is with that young man going there. You see, if we continue going back to his age, this is where the problem is. Let's not look at his age, Andidga. Let's
Mhm.
look at the purpose why he was taken there, Andidga. Now, in any way, my problem is, I'll tell you what my problem is. Right now, we're discussing here number 10 role. We're discussing our midfield. You need to sort our midfield. And I'm going to talk about him, and then I'm going to answer OJ Papu, Bafana Nakamba, who do we play? Mfana when he was called to the team, and when they were called Wakawanda Pai, we're the player. He's 26 years old. I need to explain this. He's 26 years old. This might have been his first and last chance to tama such a tournament. The guy finished the season with 16 assists and 6 goals for a midfielder. And 16 assists. Keep these figures in mind. 16 assists and 6 goals. And then when the final choice is made, this player is dropped. And then they take this kid. He's played 8 games. Meaning 8 games, Dopangarim first 18. Started 2 games, Arim first 11. 3 games, and scored 2 goals. One of them against Kwekwe United. I'm mentioning all these things. I want you to understand how deep we need to be looking at this thing. Now, when you call a kid who's 16 to come to the national team, Anditka, he has to be exceptionally good. This is a national team in Nika. He needs to be exceptionally good. You get my point, Papa? Exceptionally good. He needs to be exceptionally good for him to be called up there. Understand? This kid hasn't done anything exceptional for him to be called to the national team. That's point number 1. People can say, you see, his history runs Akatamba rugby. What does that got to do with soccer? This is football. We don't tell us about Akatamba rugby. He kept in rugby with athletics. Don't bring it here. This is not the place for that. You need to be exceptionally good. Now, point number 1. Point number 2, he is coming there. Okay, he is coming to play. Position EP. Position that we have T Maswanhise, T Chirewa, and we have Msendami. We have 3, and we have Bill Antonio. We have 4 of these guys here.
Zindoka.
You understand? And the Vese, Vantama wing and this is, you're bringing this kid to 17 against to come up with these guys here. But we dropped a midfielder who could have been giving us option as the number 10 to making the critical passes. You understand? So the problem is this, Slim. This is where my problem is. Mfana we anakuda zero national team because of his abilities to play. Let's be frank. Akadai zero his agency. kuti he's under Rock Nation. Ndozvega hakuna zvimwe zvakadaidzirwa, and they want to market him, and this is the platform to market him. And kumpinza ipapapa, you see, this boy needs to be kept for him kuti azotengeswa kunze. Ipapa uzati vatotika box kuti ane 1 cap for this game, and so it has nothing to do. I have nothing against the boy for his age. Ngaanotambana na El Shaddai Sadomba uko. Ndo size zake kuko. Let him sparkle ko vachikura vese kuko. Not here. This is big boy business. Now, Bora Gono. Mira, Bora Gono. Just give me a second. Bora Gono Rabamba Katu. He took a shot at goal. Someone who knows could not go, sir. Let's go back to the knowledge Musona go. I'm not complaining in Musona.
No. Let's go to Boninas. Don't go Mashuri. Let's go to Boninas.
Right. Let's go to Boni. Boran Kabamba wants you take a cricket go. Because Ukabamba catch 2, you're giving your opposition time to reorganize themselves. But those are Parabamba first time there were 6s and 7s van Vaiva. Parabamba catch 2, Vabashi positioner. That's why you can tell good immaturity he was playing there. We don't need that. We need goals.
Agreed.
We need goals. Now let me finish up. Let me finish up near midfield. Pana Bunza if we remove Nakamba, who do we bring in? I feel as a coach, there's a time when you say, okay, Wakumana, let's throw caution to the wind. We already go down. Let's go for the kill. I take Nakamba out. I put an attacking option. Do that Jonah. She said I would deep you away.
I like that.
That's what I would do.
I like that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Oji, I was just coming back to Ray. I appreciate my worries why he was selected in the first place. That's where my question would also be. But what he has done by Apinda, let's not use that. Never blame it at that ball alone. Boni also took a shot. He had a chance. He took a shot up a border through Agaroa border on keeper. But it had excuses. We were saying, no, keeper make a good save, either this and that. We could also do that for this young Prodigy. Now, also with the Boni issue,
Please remove the name Prodigy. Is not there.
That Prodigy. Don't use the word Prodigy.
Don't use that word.
I'm using the name because you guys brought it. I'm using the name because you guys brought it.
Someone brought it. We didn't bring it. Someone brought it.
But anyway,
don't use that word.
A Prodigy just means someone with future prospects. Anyway, I could use that. It's fine to use Prodigy for him. It's fine. It's fine to say Prodigy. He's 16. At 16 years to be doing that, to be in that position, makes you a Prodigy.
Wait till he finishes Louis. Then Louis finishes. Then
yeah, I'm just about to wrap up. At 16. Being called to play Nations Cup, being able to represent your country even at under 17, you are already a Prodigy because there are future prospects. You are fine, you are doing very well. And I would rather take Mfana where we are at 16, are able to play, than bring back Macaulay Boni. I'll bring back Macaulay Boni this discussion. Than could defend a Boni at all costs. With the Boni has to be there. Boni has to be there. I think what time that's with a there's no difference, right? Now I'll wrap up. Number 10 where is Tawanda Chirewa. That does not have anything and he should be starting games as well. The only issue Andrew Konakiti Chirewa is he ends up shooting because he does not trust his teammates. Akatanga could trust if I pass the ball to the next person, we can do better. Probably Senyika, we have got a good team for the next qualifiers or next games.
Okay.
Yeah, look, guys, I think. Can I say something?
Yeah, go on, Malcolm.
Yeah, I think for Chakuchichi, the youngster.
It's Coach Frank.
He's not a proven prodigy.
Yeah.
He's not somebody that has proven himself at international level. First of all, he would have had to score in a friendly match first. Once you scored in a friendly match, then you score in a low-pressure international game. Once you've scored in a low-pressure international game, then you can score in a competition at international level. He's skipped all of those stages. There's no sense in putting somebody, you might as well put any 16-year-old from any school in Zimbabwe at that level. They will probably perform the same. Zimbabwe is not a high-performing nation. We do not have fantastic athletes in our squad. Do not think that Chakuchichi is a fantastic athlete. It's the system that we have here that makes him fantastic. You do not push people into high performance. I'm a high performance coach. I know how this works. You don't take somebody from 16 years old and put them at international level competition and say, there, go score goals. You take someone who's proven themselves, like Maswanhise has proven himself, and he banged 2 goals today. Chirewa, he scored in the Afcon qualifiers. He's did an assist today. He's done very well. But I think to have put Chakuchichi in that was unnecessary. The coach had to have brought him in a winning game, first of all, with 2 minutes left, that he knows that this kid will finish this game having won. Now he's lost his first international game. That sends a mental picture in your head that I'm a loser.
Just
It's
one
how it
question.
works, you
Just
guys.
one question, Coach Franz. When Fabishi
Yes, sir.
was first robbed into the national team, where had he proven himself at an international level?
That I'm not sure.
Fabishi is not a prodigy.
Fabish is
Yes.
20 what? And
No,
he
no, no, no,
played
no. I
youth
mean,
football
way
for how
back
many years?
when he started, way back. Not now, not now. When
He
he
was
started,
playing. He was playing for Stuttgart. He was playing regular games for Stuttgart B. That time, yeah.
I'm not sure where he was.
I thought the question was proving yourself at international level, where
Yes,
Chakuchichi
he
has
must
not
be a
done that.
proven striker.
Fabish
We
came
can't
for a
take
friendly.
unproven strikers to a tournament. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
There,
Fabish-
Chakuchichi had his chance. Chakuchichi had his chance, but he failed to score. 2 times he had the
Yes,
ball. He
guys.
did not put it at the back of the net. It did not happen.
Yeah. Are we done with Chakuchich? Or Louis, you still have something? Okay. We'll move on to the next one. Malcolm.
I think Kev is saying something.
Yep.
It's Kev. Let's let Malcolm come in. Malcolm, I've got 2 things.
Yep.
Did you see the value of Bonnie today? I saw you making a comment asking for Bonnie to come in, and then the next comment. How did you see the way that Divine Lunga was using the ball? Was he using the ball efficiently when he was in possession?
Yes, I think so. You know, I think he just got a bit unlucky with the second goal, especially. For the first goal, you know, that was a deflection. That happens. You know, even world-class defenders or anybody, that can happen. You know, that was a deflection. It wasn't intended. You know, the second goal, yes, I actually blame him. Now, you know, that was a mistake. Going back to what Mr. Oliver had said, you know, trying to say Divine Lunga might as well retire. I don't think Divine Lunga. I think we still need a Divine Lunga. To be honest, he held it down. You know,
What about
besides
Marvelous?
those errors, he actually did good. Like besides those errors, Marvelous Nakamba, thank you for your international career. Now you can focus on club football. You know,
And
it's not
getting
the
a
first time
jersey
Marvelous
also.
Nakamba has let us down. You know, he did the same thing, even those friendlies against Algeria and Qatar. You know, we had rumors that he was clubbing and all that. You're not a superstar, you know.
Do you think you'll
If
find
it's
a brown
Cristiano
envelope on
Ronaldo
this
doing
pillow
that,
tonight?
we'll understand that. You know, stuff like that, you know, yeah. If it's Cristiano Ronaldo with that kind of behavior, if it's Lionel Messi with that kind of behavior, the superstar behavior, would understand that. But what have you done for the national team for you to do those, you know, for you to give us those kind of dramas, you know? So thank you very much, Marvelous Nakamba, for your international service. Now you can focus
calm
on
down.
All
club
Calm
right.
career,
down, Malcolm.
you
Calm
know.
down.
Now
Ah, he's
let
done.
me.
The
He's
young man
done.
is angry.
You
No,
can't come back
we need
from
to be
that.
honest.
You
I
cannot
think
come
we
back
need to
from
be
that.
honest with each other. Yeah, you know, I think we need to be honest. You know, let's be honest for once. You know, these experienced players. You know, how many times have they let us down? I think it's time for new blood right now. You know,
Thank you.
Maswanhise came in today. He proved to the coaches. I also want to blame Knowledge Musona. You go to this tournament. You know, we're looking up to you, and you only play one game.
Yeah.
First game
One
you're
game.
injured, second game you're injured. That means you probably knew that he was not feeling well or something. You know, at that age, let the coach know that, coach, I don't think I'm going to handle this tournament. We're not that strong of a footballing nation. You know, we need to win. So do not. Yeah.
Yeah, the young man is angry. But young man, you
He's
didn't
not
No,
answer
I
my
won't lie.
question.
he's not happy.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. What was your question? Yeah.
My question was on in terms of the use of the ball with Divine Lunga.
Hmm.
I saw Lunga
Yes.
had a few opportunities to overlap and to underlap, and he got the ball very free, but he was putting the balls elsewhere. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
unlike
So
what
I
you
would
would
say,
see
you
with
know,
Stella.
Divine Lunga. Yes, Divine Lunga has never been an overlapping kind of left back. You look at him at Mamelodi Sundowns. I actually got the privilege to watch him at the FIFA Club World Cup against Borussia Dortmund. That's his play, you know. He's not a overlapping kind of left back. So the coach knew that already. So I don't really want to blame him for that. Also, he doesn't have that speed, you know. He's not that speedy, you know.
Yeah.
So I think he actually did a good job because he logged in what's his name, the South African right back. That guy is really dangerous. What's his name?
Mudau.
Mudau, right? Yeah, you know,
Very
we
good job.
didn't really see Mudau in that game. Probably, I think just the first 15 minutes of the game. That's only
Exactly
when
what I saw.
we saw Mudau playing. The rest of the game, Mudau was shut down. He also
Yeah.
logged that guy, Murao or something, the right winger, right?
Yeah.
To the
Moreno.
point where the coach substituted him out. Moremi, right? Yeah. To the point where the coach substituted him out because he wasn't getting anything. So Divine Lunga, to
should
be
he
honest, I don't even want
so
to.
should he play
Yeah.
at centre back then? Because
No.
yeah,
No, I wouldn't play him at this.
why would
Yeah.
we be playing a left back at international level who can't cross a simple
Exactly.
ball? A
Exactly.
professional player who can't cross the ball. Why would we do
Exactly.
that? Cancelo,
Well,
please come in.
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
I mean, if you see the left backs we had in the past, those Onismo Baseras, they were really, tournament style geared left backs. They would go and make those overlapping runs, and they would even there's this game against Algeria, if you saw it. Onismo Basera Paraita that overlapping run, and you won a penalty, and we scored a penalty. So you see, Divine Lunga, I don't know if any of you keep like a record of how he started, but he's naturally like a sort of a center back, and he's more playing like in an inverted way. Like what that guy in Arsenal, the Calafiori, does. He likes to invert into the midfield, but not going like overlapping. Going into the touchline. And today, if you actually saw the South African game plan, they played. Wanga very comfortable to a sense that Rataro and Oliver, they were using that 2-4-4, meaning that their fullbacks were pushing high up, and when the aim, like the video you sent about this analyst Angacharoti, they should go and force Divine Lung out of position.
Yeah.
For the first goal, it kind of worked because he had so much space for the shot. Because if you drive, if Mudau makes the overlap, Divine Lunga is gonna commit to mark Mudau, and then the battle now is now between this forward pinned into that space. He's not going to have a battle na Galloway. So yeah, I don't know who gonna keep a record of Divine Lunga, but actually, unfortunately, he is the best left back we have in the country. So I don't see any other option.
Let's back. There's Fusile. There's
Cancelo,
Fusile.
Zamora.
at
There's
this point
Zemura.
of
There's
the
Fusile.
game,
I just
Oh,
have a question.
Zemura, yeah,
can
yeah.
I say
Excuse
something?
me.
Cancelo, at this point of the game, it's a tournament.
Yeah.
If the guy's made two mistakes in that game, you have to sub him out. That's how it works. Watch any Champions League manager will sub out any player who's made like two mistakes because you cannot have that for this high pressure game. Divine Lunga made a few mistakes there.
Yeah.
Question, right? Oh, like the first, wasn't he playing as a left center back when the game started though? Then when he moved to left back, that's when he actually had a good game. Of course, excluding the Washington Arubi thing. I
No,
think he was
we had
playing
a
as a
back
we were
four.
playing a back three.
It was
No,
back
But
three.
why
we
Yeah.
have
move
when
had
the
him?
game
four.
started.
Why move
No,
him?
it was
He's
back
We
having
three.
a
had back
bad
four.
game. Take him out.
Oh,
Was it not a back four with
yeah.
Munashe right back, Takwara right center back, Galloway left center back, then Lunga
No,
left back.
no, OJ. I thought it was back three. Garananga being at the center,
Yeah, it
Takwara
was a
was
back three.
right, and Lunga was left. It was a back three initially.
Yeah, I think we
I
started with a big three. And
Yeah, but the shape was a big four.
So we
Granang was
had
playing off his
Lunga
right back.
pushing in
yeah.
that deep to make the crosses as a winger. Is that what we're saying?
No,
No,
he was a left back.
Guy,
You know why it seemed like he was a left he was a left center back. It was because we were being pressed high. Like yeah, go on out.
we're paying a back four.
I swear, make at least 3 attempts and he missed all of them.
Thinking Kuti.
I would have taken him out after 3 mistakes that I've said out.
yeah, but Coach Fran, who would you put Coach Fran now? Like on our bench, we had no player. Plus, I remember Coach
Who was
Kev
there that
Bacharo.
hasn't played in his position? Any defender.
No, there is Fusire, a left back, a very good left back,
No,
and also
Fosira is right. Is
is
right.
right back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
Guys,
it's been
what you
Yeah.
got to
nice.
understand.
but Brendan Galloway, I think Galloway has played as a left
Galloway can
back
play
Yeah,
left.
Galloway was
before.
good.
Yeah, so maybe they could have put in a center
Mudimu.
back. I
After
know Ishani
after 2
Sumawuchi or
games,
something.
guys are
Or Mudimu,
tired.
yeah.
They were not performing at 100%. You have to put your fresh players.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
think the
Coach
boys played
Zimbabwe.
well. I also think Lunga did nothing criminal, to be honest. I don't know why we
He
guys are
didn't
No,
going
do
he
on for
anything.
him.
scores a goal.
Ah,
No,
no,
That
no.
Two,
is
The
Yeah,
second
two.
goal,
me,
the
me too.
second goal,
I,
no.
I
he
want
scores
to.
a
No, no,
goal.
had so much room. Yeah.
guys,
The first one is not
guys.
a mistake.
The first goal, the deflection, you don't blame a defender because you see, he had his hands behind his back and he was trying to block it and it deflected. I
But
personally, I won't hold
Exactly.
him
but
responsible for that.
Nkomare,
It's the
was he
second goal
not
that I
too
have a
far?
problem with. I have a
Even
problem
the
that I have.
first
It's the
goal.
second. No, yeah, he was too far because he didn't press. That's
Exactly.
taken. But I don't blame. But the second goal, that header, I
Yeah,
think he
the
got scared.
second one.
Why didn't I go back forward rather than go back to the keeper?
Yeah, maybe second goal, but still, I still think Arubi should have done better. Ojigwe,
Ah,
Nomsoro, Nemogo too.
vese vachigisa une maoko but kutangirwa kune munhu ari kuhedha bhora. But
Arubi
guys,
should have hit that ball out.
my
How
point
do
is
you
this.
how do you get your hand to somebody's head? You can do this. How do you get to somebody's head?
Kevin has an ambotaura.
Kev is not here for now. He's not around for now. Yeah. So Cancelo, how
Kevin
did you see
speaking. Kevin
performance?
speaking.
Yeah, Prince do.
OJ,
Kev, utange une matrain motor iwewe. What's going on?
Kevin, we miss you here, Kevin. Sorry, Uncle.
You're going round the block. Oh.
Because your service is bad, Kev. We are hearing trains behind you, not you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
so
I
guys,
think Washington and Ruby did not have a good game.
yeah.
But
Is it
Yeah.
age?
guys, I
Yeah,
That
see
OJ.
a
first goal for
situation.
Washington and Ruby.
Coach,
How do you
Kev,
end up on the floor?
yeah, Coach. I think if you look at the way how our team is now, I think going for Vision 2030 next World Cup, we'll have a very good team if we build around the young players that we have. All the I'm not sorry to say geriatrics. All the old guys have to just step aside and give way to the youngsters.
don't use
Honestly
that word.
speaking.
Wait,
Don't use that
which
word.
ones must step aside?
The one that I should step aside, we have got Divine Lunga. He's a very good player. He has actually saved the team very well. Arubi has actually saved Chipezeze
Yes,
as well. Then Mali comes in. Then Garanganga. Probably he might not actually be there. Takwara is not be there. Nakamba,
yes,
thank you, Captain. Boni,
yes,
29. Dube,
yes.
he will not be there. Hadebe will not be there. Mudimu he will not be there. Wadi will not be there. Murwira will have to sing from the terraces. Musona, thank you very much. And Chakuchichi will have to
Ah,
go to
Musona.
play under 23.
But the problem we have. You see,
Mhm.
this is, let me tell you where the dynamics change and go wrong for Zimbabwe in terms of football. You see, this coach, you know that a lot of the fans right now, they are not putting into context the amount of time this guy has been with the team. How long has this guy been with this team?
Ooh.
Yeah, just
Is it not 3 months?
This
2
coach,
months.
2 months,
3
right?
months.
2 months, 3 months.
Mhm.
Okay,
Uh,
2-3 months.
There's another
Look at
thing
what
there.
is done with in that short space of time. The problem is he's not going to be given time to really build. Do you know why? Because people be like, coach akatijigisa dai akatambisa ningi. You see, we, like I've said before, this emotional attachment to players, we need to let it go. We have seen with all these guys who have played, we've seen what they can do, we've seen what they cannot do. We've seen that the future of the Warriors is right there in front of our eyes. The future is right there. Fusire, the two Tawandas, Bill, Musendami, who did I leave out? Jalai. Very six, that's core. When you have you need a core, and then you have everybody. And Fabisch,
Chirewa.
very the counter. That's the core. You have eight of these boys. That's the core. But guess what's going to happen? This guy is not going to, and then we also have Zemura. He's not. You see, this guy is not going to be given a time to build. One. Number two, this guy does not have a pool to choose from. Hatina an under 23. Who knows our under 23 national team coach, Panap? Do you know when national team 23?
That's where Chakuchichi
No.
is going.
The coach, but who's the coach? Who's the under 23 coach?
It is textual. Is
We
it not
don't know
textual? Textual, Chiragu?
because we don't even have an under 23 squad. So we're supposed to have an under 18, 20, 23 squad where this coach with 8 Vanda Taura over the core, you say, I'm gonna pick from those boys. We want to their tournaments there, and then he's picking. That's when we can say anachakuchichi maakutanga uchimprove wabva 17 wapinda 20 wamu 23 chuya kuno handidi. But you see, we don't have all that because it goes back to the same thing. The problem with the Warriors is not just the Zifa. From the Warriors, it goes to us, the fans as well. We because our player did not play, we lose our shit, we lose our minds. That time Ningi, Chirodai Ningi at Tamba, we're still going to lose. Both South Africa have been together for a long time, and they play in a system that they've been using for a long time. But you see, you can tell with this coach, we are getting somewhere. You see, he's taught, this is the first time he's taught them, once you're bombarded, just maintain, absorb that pressure. When you've absorbed it, start playing the ball, go to them. You could tell when South we absorb that pressure, South Africa, with the moment they thought they were going to relax, that's when Tawanda did magic. But you can tell where the ball came from. Simple stuff. Galloway, control Bora, Wesa Upper. And then you need youngsters also to be coming in who can be groomed by these guys who are there. Kutimbana, I want you to watch him because you're going to take over that position. Watch him. That's why I said we needed Mali. Mali should have been there. Garapans like Chibezeze. Achinzi, watch what Arubi is doing. Improve on what Arubi mistakes is making. But no, the kid, but I understand he was injured. Okay, we will let it go for this time. But all I'm saying is, we are not going. This guy, I hope he stays longer. But knowing, Gananda kumsoro kaugo. Anofambiswa because momnanga uti daita zosa mapeza daita zosa ningi. We can't work like that. As a nation, I love Jalai. You guys know I love Jalai. I'm not a Janamo supporter, but I love Emmanuel Jalai. I love that kid. That boy is a baller. But I think I have a bench and Garananga was playing there. I could tell Kuti Uzguitana Garananda is not used to when you leave the defensive area, you go into an offensive position, and you could tell Kuti is not used to it. But Jalai can switch from defense to offense just like that. And then I was just thinking, when are they going to put him? I didn't make noise, but because the discretion is the coach's discretion, and only the coach knows why he did that. And that coach, he did that, and then he put Pazwa Pinza. The dynamics of the game changed. The only problem I have is I think the delay is too long to make the changes. I think it cannot delay a bit. You know, he should make changes, especially when Bill and Sendami started. You know, when they could not clearly define who is playing where. We're seriously lacking a number 10. Send someone to get the ball to at his feet and attack. And then when Apocalypto came in, he started doing that. He wants to run at you, and then came that pass. I'm going to talk about this pass. Hey, that pass.
But Ray, imbotaura nego bora rekutanga ranhirikini ramaswanhise. That was classical.
We need to dedicate time to that goal.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, let me tell you who that goal. You know what it reminds me of? You know what that goal reminds me of? If you watch South Africa versus Zimbabwe for 4-1.
4-1. Peter Blue.
The flying elephant.
Yeah.
The greatest ever. Zimbabwe's greatest. Akatora bora. Akageza vanhu, including the keeper. Thank you. Amen. Those vandafunga. Tawanda atora bora. Tawanda atora bora. Panamna rowa side step. Guys, let me explain. Wakomana ina enough bora. Panamna rowa side step. So amo zine gumbo left car. Pango move 10 meters. Anga to do. Both which two was already taken because of this guy. Tawanda Piper he showed good man. These guys, I was getting more when I go for yes,
right. Can you hear me now? Marvin is there now. Marvin is there now.
Yes.
Okay. Marvin, yeah. Sorry for Nanji Pamba, so I was traveling, yeah. So I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. So you know what? I would just try to quit a brief neturu kwananza bomb story. Let's go first goal. You know, like what you were saying about that goal. It's easy to look at Bora Para when the ball fell onto the wide man as Oguesa Bora and just look at Lunga as someone who was not, you know, in position. But that's not exactly that, because what South Africa were doing is they were trying to stretch us. They realized they tried to come through the middle because we have, you know, even though formation had changed from 4 defenders to 3 defenders, depending on the side, you know, we also had 3 midfielders in there. They knew they could try to get joy from wide. So when that ball was played, you can't say Lunga was in the wrong position, because a defender, you should be watching as a left back or right back. You should be watching where the ball is coming from and where your man is. Yeah. So if that guy then controls the ball, there's no way you expect where that guy was and you expect Lunga to be touch tight. You cannot defend like that. He's got to defend his goal. So he's in line, you know, with the other defenders. And so when the ball was played and it went across, that's when he then has to press there. So if he don't get there in time, shit happens in football. You know, things don't just happen, you know, all the time. But to actually expect him to have been touch tight with him, a defender doesn't do touch tight there, because where is the dangerous position of conceding a goal? Where that guy was, or, you know, where the goal is. He was in the right position, but it was just an unfortunate goal. The second goal, though, you know,
I beg to differ on that one.
Yeah.
I beg to differ on that one. You see,
yeah,
the problem yaita Lunga Pai, it's like he was tugged in too deep. He's a left back. You have to stay with your men. Stay as wide as possible. Cover.
No,
yes, you have. Yes,
not
you do.
In the box.
Yeah. You see what happens when you leave space to people is then you don't have time to react and block and make a block. That's when you get deflections like that. You see,
right?
Marry your men, box. Marry your men. Angasa mover.
Where he was, and I hope I can get
he should
that
not
video,
even be moving.
I will try to get that video. I'll try to get that video of that goal. Yeah, because and certain dinosaur wanna footage to be 100% convincing. But I'll tell you one thing: a defender, when you're defending the goal, Bora, if he was touch tight, and the ball is played to his right foot, and someone scores from there, what do we say? Lunga ajikisa because asiya munu ari dangerous achigwesa bora akamaka munu wake right winger. That's what we would say. Yeah. So we can't have our cake and eat it at the same time.
No, he has centre backs. He has centre backs to cover for that. He has centre backs to cover for that. The left centre back Gallo is supposed to then follow and help him press.
Just to hop there, Lunga, when we consider the first goal, it was a back three, guys. I'm saying he was not fully left back. He got a back three. So I got to correct position.
It wasn't a back three.
It was a back three.
Kelvin, was it a back three?
Louis. He was starting inside. He was starting inside.
There was Munashe, Takwara, and Lung as back three. Then there were those.
Who were the wing backs?
I think we are getting too interested in.
No, we were playing a back four because
whatever.
Otherwise it would mean.
So who was playing red back then?
Right, guys.
Munashe.
Guys, listen. Let me say something, yeah, so that we don't speak over each other. Let me say this. We're getting too involved about which formation we were playing. Our formation changed every time. It was changing because at one point Takwara was in a back three, but whilst in a back three there, South Africa were using their wide men, and so as soon as the left wide men, had the ball, because we did not want Maswanhise to follow that wide man all the way, to our box. Takwara is the one who was, because he's the right center of the three, he is the one who was pushing there. And then the whole defense now pivots into that area. And Maswanhise was moving inside. So at one point, we had the back three. And then on another point, we had back four. So it was almost like, depending on where our players were, we never really had, a
Can I ask one question? When we played back four, who were the two CBs if Munashe was at right back? Who were the two CBs then?
Takwara and Galloway.
Takwara and Galloway.
Those were the two CBs.
Okay.
Lunga was the left back.
The point is, 4-3, whether we're playing with a 4 or we're playing with a 3, there's a point when we were allowing Lunga to be forward and the back 3, the rest of the back 4, which became a back 3, we're pivoting into that left side, to stop, the ball being played from there. So we get too excited about the formation, about whether we're back 4 or back 3. Back 4 turns into back 3. Depending, on where the fullback is, or depending whether it's the left back or the right back. If he's gone forward and our right-centered defender pivots into the right side, we have a 3. So let's not, get, sort of drained too much into it, because we were, and this is the problem as well, because we don't really have an identity. Some of the things that we're doing, it's almost like, let's figure out, what to do, because now he's gone. There's no natural instinct, about players, knowing that without even thinking about it, Jonah has pushed in. Is it Marvel who's, pivoting and getting into that space where Jonah was? We don't have that, as I always use the word second nature. We don't have that. That's the reason why, even when before Chirewa came on, because Chirewa, this is where you realize that he plays in the Premier League. This is the quality that he shows. Because with the other players, they would wait for Bonnie. When the ball is being played to Bonnie, they would wait to see where he's going to flick or hit the ball. And then they react. You don't do that, because once you do that, defenders are always going to be on the ball before you. Guaranteed. But because Chirewa now is clever, he was going into an area where Bonnie could see him. So Bonnie is facing the ball, but he can see Chirewa. So when he heads it down, Chirewa is there straight away. So there's a lot of things in our side where we have no identity, guys. If we're being honest, we have no identity yet. But we've started showing signs of being, looking like we are being coached. But it's going to take, a long time. I'll quickly go on to that young man, which everyone really likes talking about. That young man is unfortunate in the sense that he's a victim of circumstances. Yeah, because let's just put it this way: if that was your son, you're going to be happy that he's being picked into the national team and all that. But on the other hand, when people are looking at it, they're looking at where have you come from to be where you are. Yeah.
Yes.
So people are saying you've got to earn the right. You've got to earn the right to be where you are. If you earned the right, he hasn't. He hasn't earned the right in order to be there, but he was picked. And the thing with football, which is the one thing that always happens, that kid could have come in and scored, and all of a sudden we forget about the fact of how he came in. We forget about the Rock Nation. We forget about this. But because he was given very little time and he hasn't done anything, I think it's fair for people to say he's got to go back and build himself from wherever he is in order to become a fully fledged international player. But whilst he's there, we have to support him. And I'm coming now to the point which is the biggest issue with us Zimbabweans. I've seen so many times that we support individuals we tend to support individuals rather than support the team. So I'll give you a good example. The hammering that Church had, yeah, and how much we were told that Lunga is 100 times better than him. How can they put Lunga on the bench? This is what football does to you. This is what football does to you, because you cry for something and then it happens. So what do we say now? That's why I say, when we're supporting, we've got to let the emotions away and look at someone, because far too many times I've seen people who are not even supporting Zimbabwe because a certain player is not playing. Let's go to Musona. Musona, I said this about Musona and the fitness issue, yeah, and there was people who were saying, why was Musona substituted? And I was saying, do you realize probably that he's actually played more minutes than he should? Yeah? Because we are seeing that he scored a goal. But what we are not thinking is that probably he's fucked by then, because his age and probably the match fitness or the games that he has, or this comes with the sports science as well. I know we've got a coach as well who does sports, with the sports science. And I've done that as well. I understand that. Musona, it's not a surprise. He had a massive game, yeah, and people were clamoring for him. Massive game in the sense that he scored. Not that he did very well in midfield. Now he did it. Let's be honest about it. But he scored a goal, and he gave us hope. But when a coach is doing a job, please respect the fact that sometimes we might not agree with it, but he's got more knowledge and data about players that you do not have. A coach spends days and weeks and all that with players. You do not know that probably that day, maybe even something is light as maybe he's got a bit of a pain. He's played through it. And so the coach is going to say, try to give me 45. But if he's substituted at 45 and we think that he's fit and he was playing well, we are going to hammer that coach and say he doesn't know what he's doing. So does the coach not know what he's doing then or did he not know what he's doing when he pulled off Musona? Because we didn't have it today, did we?
Kevin, let me answer. Let me reply on you on that one. You see, what happens is... Coach... All right, go ahead.
Okay, I think Oh, sorry, who's talking?
Yeah, go ahead, Coach Francis.
Okay, I think the coach is too new for the team. First of all, you don't change your coach before a major tournament. That's the worst thing that you can do.
100%.
It upsets team cohesion. These guys have an hierarchy of who's going to play when. When you change the coach, that all changes. It upsets everybody. We saw the media said these guys are fighting amongst each other. It does not work out. Now, putting knowledge Musona or not, the guy was banging goals. If I was there, I said, field him. I don't care he's injured. I need one goal from this guy because he's proven himself so many times. Rather him than someone who hasn't scored any goals. In my opinion, I think I would rather put guys who I know can score goals on the pitch. It's a very high pressure game. And if you don't have that intellect to think that this sort of shot, I need to push it a little bit high or a little bit low, it's not going to happen. That's not how high performance works.
Can I quickly answer him on that?
Yeah.
The point, I think, where we are regarding that is maybe you didn't understand what I said. I didn't say Musona shouldn't be playing because you're looking at someone like him and say he's got to come on at some point, even if it means he's going to play 30 minutes, last 30 minutes, because there's a goal somewhere in him. But you can't cheat your body. You cannot cheat your body. No matter how much you want someone to play, his body has got to allow him to be able to do the job. Yeah. So if the coach thinks that Musona needs 60 minutes, and in that 60 minutes he scored a goal, and fans are saying, why are you taking him off at 60 when he should have played 90? When the coach knows that his fitness level, if he played 90, he's going to struggle to play in 2 days' time, in 3 days' time.
Yeah.
All that coaches would know that. Yeah. So because otherwise, if we are playing a tournament, every manager or every coach would play their best players for 90 minutes. Forget about the next game because you just have to play 90 minutes. But there's age factor, there's fitness factors, there's people who are coming from injuries. All those things the coach has got to put into consideration. Yeah. Do you agree with that? So if he thinks that Musona can do a job for us, but he can only do 60, I'll tell you, how many times have you seen even coaches saying, whether you're going to play well or not, they say he's only going to give me 65 minutes. Yeah. And on the 65th minute, he takes him off. Whether he was playing brilliantly or not, because he knows that his body can only cope with 65 minutes. For today, he can cope with only 65 minutes. If I play him longer than that, the risk that I'm putting for him to not play the next 2-3 games is high. So coaches have got a job to do. So it's not, but us as fans, when we when we're doing our armchair analysis, or when we're watching the game or we're coaching from the seat, we are just thinking, you know what? Let's say it's Manchester City, and we're saying Zangalewa would score, at any time, even the 90th minute. So he's got to stay on that pitch. But guess what? Pep could know that he's just coming back from injury, and if I play him 90, I'm going to lose him for 4 games. So I'm going to bring him off, after 60 minutes or 65. That is one thing that sometimes we have to give coaches, that the decisions that they do, sometimes they get it wrong. But most of the decisions that coaches do, they have more information about individual players than we have. That was my point.
Okay.
True.
Can I jump in there? So,
what happens?
I wanted to say something. I'll go after Al.
Okay, yeah.
I'll
So you see, what happens is that with your analysis, I get totally where you're coming from. Coaches, information that they are given, we are not privy to. So, but when a coach makes decisions which do not look right, like just they do not pass the eye test. You see, like Pakapins and Navaya in the previous game, after making substitution, Tawanda Maswanhise Garapa bench. I don't care what was the condition here. Maswanhise. We know it because Motherwell, he has been scoring. Then you in a game where we are deadlocked and we are looking for a goal, you don't even bring Maswanhise on. Those are things that will make a coach being questioned. Are you really making decisions based on performance or based on something else that us fans and everyone else doesn't know? You see, but kana irinya yekuti zvafanana nekuti Zangalewa, you gave an example. Yeah, Zangalewa. There was a time yakaburiswa na Pep when he was on a hat trick. He had scored 2 goals and then Pep vamburisa, and people were saying, "Oh, you should have left him on for a hat trick." Yes, I get that. I understand that bit. But can also it among decisions when that substitution is made, you can tell something is not right about this substitution. Like bringing on Navaya. That substitution raised more questions than answers. And then all of a sudden, Tawanda then becomes miraculously fit. Istanbul he doesn't have belly fire in his belly. You see, those are things that brings questions. Pana coach.
Apa kuchengeta Nakamba ozobata bhora kudaro munhu angadai abuda
Ochengeta Nakamba 90 minutes opesera abata bhora and then we lose the game.
Can I come in?
Ray?
Ow.
Ray, I also want to ask you this as you come in, Ray. Do you think a coach who's got a job on the line would make a decision of leaving someone like Maswanhise? Honestly, if you're watching Maswanhise in training, do you think the coach had the control of that decision? Or
Right.
does he know the players?
Guys, let me come in. Let me answer this. Nyaya Maswanhise, Kutanzi fire in the belly, what? That was just for PR, because I had privy information to actually what happened. So it wasn't anything to do with Anzi fitness or fire in the belly. No, it was something bigger than that. Okay, and the chances that boy was not going to play were very high, because look, let me not say what happened, but the chances were that boy was never going to play. Panana has a mediation kuti nyaje guard this way, because there's no way pound for pound you start Navaya Uchisiampa. There's no way pound for pound you play the other players that were playing without Navaya in there. But I'll come back to my point here, like where Mushi was saying, we are not looking at many aspects. I understand, we've been starved of success for a very long time. And I want to come in. My days, Jonah Bora, Apana. It was my days, Abba Jonah, but coach a dream team. Okay? I will tell you that back then, Zifa, Yanga Nani, stability up there, Yanga Nani, the guys who were running that association, Yanga Nani, to the extent that corporate world, Yaito sponsor, those guys, ne Willowville to use. Black Rhinos used to give them their bus. Those guys were all taken care of. And did it. Because Marjon was given time to mold his team. And then during that time, that's when the Moses Chunga issue came. He tried to handle it in a way until he organized the friendly match to prove for a reason. And did it. So we've been starved of success so much. Back then we used to go ground in 11. Dream team Mishambana 3. Taenda ground in 11. Toswera 3 go to Zubaiko. Because no. Let me tell you, ground wise that Q Louis Yaiba, that road Yakume Borenia. No, let me tell you. The thing is this, the team is to perform so well, and the team was consistent, and we never qualified though, but the team was consistent. The approach, so Munwese used to look forward to that. We are starved so much of success, and Zogudi, we want success at every 10. This guy just got 3 months in the job, and then up until we spending with later winners. No. The truth is this. To be honest with you, I wasn't looking forward to any win or whatsoever or for advancing. I just wanted to see what this guy is bringing to the table. I just wanted to see a coach who's got guts to say, I'm the guy in charge. I make the call. Wherever I call plays. And I'll give and he did that. In some instances he did that. But you can still tell there's a hand behind everything he's doing. There's a puppet master. You can tell there's still a puppet master somewhere. Because I tell you, if it was up to him, this coach here, we mechanical, some players will not be in that team. I want to tell you this, but see, there's a puppet master. And even right now, focus yedu is just on the Warriors, and under 15, 17, 18, 20, 23. Hatitori hakuna Olympic qualifiers for under 23s or whatever. For the 23, they should be there. We don't even have a team. We don't even have a coach. And so we don't have that. We are people who are so starved of success. We don't have a program development to national team. But I tell you right now, South Africa, the South Africa that we're looking at, this national team here, I tell you, they've got replacements for all these guys here. Did you see Mbana Zopin that open Tiraway? I don't know Tawaya. Mbana has under 23 Rempa.
Nkota, I think it's 21.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
21.
TOB,
But did you see how he brought him in? And do you know he's the most skilled player out of all that team? He's the most skilled player, that boy. But see, that coach, Hanangom Kanda, Azomunza Papa, knowing good look, it's already done. It's the way you introduce a player into a system. Isuzuka, we don't even have that succession plan, but Nota has been playing Commander 17, under 20, under 23. He's come through that stages. Right now, that is trying to correct Chimbosia Rishibobo, Chinonzi Vilakazi, whatever Vilakazi. You know, he's trying to stop that nonsense. That boy was on the bench more for King. He told him, you need to stop this. Zongo six Boras now orders. Coach is straightforward, not Busher. Isuzuka, we don't even have players to look at from under 23. And then we have people, fans who have a problem. British Brigade. No, any problem, British Brigade. Yeah, Mudangwana is that boss under UK. Look at the two Tawandas. If you want to see when you develop a player, you teach him a system. Look at Jonah. I want to give an example here, Jonah. Jonah, because he's been trained, he's been coached that defensive mode. Jonah sees things that we don't see. Pane bora raenda pane mnanga ine bora. Jonah pointer player chifura out the player ke kuti enda hapo. Iye ndo bana nokomita. Guess where the ball went? Munhu anongedzera yeye ndo kwaiswa bora. And I was just there thinking kuti munhu anzenda hapo. Dayatora a decision a second later. That would have been disaster. But because he's been coached as a defensive midfielder, you scan, you see the danger points. You tell the other players, "Kucha end up." Oh, but I saw.
I agree with you, Nkoma, and I would love to also support the point in Yamatara, which we now have got a team and the coach who are Kupanis Rutonika with Arkogona, Pakas of influence the actually we've got a better future. But ndokuzosera kumashure kwedream team yamamutaura yeye zvokuti maenda kubhora na11 chero timu ichigona sei chiri masapota zeri Madrid kana Man City avaenda kuground na11 kushaya zvokuita kuya kwekuti ati tiite nostalgia dzekuti hanzi taenda kubhora na11 takazoonawo mafuna
Jana moved the Bafana boy. That would that Bafana is the problem. Jana moved the Bafana boy.
It's the problem.
And you know, to actually
I had a
think,
question.
to actually think that like I just tell you that the slim one, the lawyers has got point to read that slim ball. I would tell I get the one who shares the read.
I had a question.
But you know, but guys, I think going forward though, with Zimbabwe, with Team AD, I know we're always going to criticize, players. We're always going to criticize coach and all that. But the one thing I think the biggest issue for farmers Zimbabweans, they would say we are not united. The one thing that we forget is do you know what this sort of individual attacks that my players, let's just say he had a bad game. It reaches to them. Don't think what you over now I know gara in a vacuum. They don't. You would know. You would know as a player which is a game like that one hour and the one who Zimbabwe they make sure you know. Could I say so sometimes we have to understand with this at the end of the day, these boys they're trying their best. And you know what? Maybe their best is not just good enough. And Sikatari says, well, I think today.
If you see a picture that obviously reminds you of Lunga celebrating with South African players, you deserve a statement.
Yeah, but come on. You know what? If we're being honest, you know what? You do not sometimes, understand how painful it can be for a player. I think sometimes, what not, when you get paid, it becomes part of you. But football, as a game, sport is aurare kuti ndachisa kana kuti aurare kuti I could have done better pane borare I could have made a difference. So now the biggest issue we attack individuals and that can get to them and I say like nasi my emotions are ukaenda kana pa Facebook kana kupi nasi mune muchiudzwa zvese kuti ningi rubbish akadai so apa akatamba futi. But guess what, maybe pamwe coach ka vanhu vo vari kutaura yoga pamwe it's going to retain them because it's going to think kuti they still play a purpose. But it's also we've already moved on from those people because we're looking at that individual mistake. Say, do you think we're going to be supportive of that person? No, we're not going to. And that's why sometimes it's about the team rather than individuals because Matukiri wakaitwa teenage. And Matukiri wakaitwa nekubigwa kwakaitwa Lunga. And then this happens. You now have almost like now kunema fans alunga kunema fans teenage make excuse make excuses. But when teenage was making those mistakes, we could hammer him but still try to sort of look at the good things that he has done as well. Because think about it today, without that header, for me in the first goal I'm not going to blame Lucas. We have to agree to disagree. I'm not going to blame him for that. But the other goal, I'm going to, he is to blame Ian Achipaves. But if you take those two, Lunga wasn't actually having a bad game. He wasn't that bad. You know what? But these are things, that happens. You look at Marvin, as much as he... Yeah?
Did you see Lunga on the ball?
When he was on the ball, yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I did.
What he was doing on the ball. He got many opportunities to cross the ball, to pass, but I don't expect with a professional footballer would fail to cross the ball.
He was playing for South Africa.
Yeah, I get that, but did you hear what I said? I didn't say he was playing well. I said he wasn't that as bad as it's portrayed now. If you look at it, you can't say Lunga was a 2 out of 10, would you?
No.
Would you say he was a 2 out of 10?
He was a 6.
He was a 0.
Maybe a 3 or 4.
He was a 0 out of 10.
Guys, Lunga made the second goal. That goal to Tawanda Chirewa as a poor pass to Maswanhise. Lunga hustled for the ball, gave it to Chirewa, and then threw pass.
He did. And do you not respect the Andinomuka as well? He didn't change the way that he played. Even with my little touches or whatever, he didn't change just because I could panic up because that Chisa or whatever, And it's testament to someone probably who has been playing, for a while. And as much as even Asha, Nenya captain, where do you? But come on, guys, would you really want to dive in? Handle that ball? Would you want to do that?
Yeah.
As a player, why do you want to do that?
Yeah, so the boy had no pace. I don't know why you're doing.
Can you mute your mic?
Guy make those sort of mistakes.
Can you mute your mic?
Can we please mute our mics when we're not speaking?
Right, guys, I want to say something.
And a microphone with a noise.
Yeah, I want to say something.
You can't let the guy make those sort of mistakes at this level.
Yeah, Pama,
it's a game that you have to win.
Yeah.
If the guys are making mistakes, take them off the pitch.
Coach is not happy.
It's simple as that.
Guys, from highlights, I don't know. Inina Mesaka for midfielders who pass the ball because there's a beauty in a pass that ends in a goal. You understand? Or there's a beauty in a pass that ends up in the danger box. That's why these guys who play in the top leagues, if he gets a pass and he scores, he points at the guy who passed him. He's trying to acknowledge pass that there, pass the Chirewa, and then pass the poem send them in name Zukuru Edu.
Jonah.
Gentlemen, I'm telling you, gentlemen, we are cooking. Gentlemen, Marinica is cooking. He's raised a good hand. Yeah, Marinica. Marinica, let's give him time. Marinica is cooking. Let's give him time. But I know.
I had a question on that,
Yeah.
Mr. Ray. Yes, I have a question on that,
Yeah.
right? Muma be quite attribute the cooking that we attribute and why, if you look at South Africa, right? If South Africa plays Brazil today, if South Africa plays England today, they're not going to play a 7-0-3 formation, or they're not going to play defensive, right? By the time what I'm is saying, the same attacking kind of play that they do, right?
Yeah.
Why is it Zimbabwe is always playing 9-0-1, 8-0-2, 5-3-2, like those kind of formations? Why are we always defending? Because you cannot win a game by defending.
By default.
Yeah,
but today
by
that wasn't the
Zimbabwe has always
formation.
been known.
But which default? That's my question. Which default? Because even against Angola, we approach the game like first half. We approach the game in kind of a defensive mentality.
Yeah.
Why are we always? Why are we so defensive minded?
We are a counter-attacking team. We are a counter-attacking team, Malcolm.
No, but when is that ever worked? World Cup qualifiers. Win a point 12 games.
Mr. Malcolm, this coach is new. He's only been there. South Africa is a different. You see, South Africa. This is what I've been trying to say. South Africa have been together for a long time, and they have a certain system that they use. And if you look at that coach, those players he has there. He's had them for a while now, ever since he was appointed. He's had those guys. They almost, this guy, Yaya, Chonzani Stole, the guy who plays in Portugal. Stole Akambukwara. Akatumbe Masai for some months. And then they wanted, Valeta says, Coach Akati, no, listen, I'm the coach, Nini. When I fail, I will resign. You don't have to fire me. I will resign Dega. Akati and this Kuda, he's going to come back. And then akanzitora lochi arikuspaka ku Wayad what Casablanca. Akati I told you could invest because he's never going to play. You see, because he's set up a system. These guys know each other. The first half when they're attacking us, Chifeshon's Mokoena, everything revolves around Mokoena. Vangwaisha defender, Mokoena is always by himself, Batena, he starts going. And then our boys quickly got picked. It could do okay from there. When they started cutting out those things, those guys, for them to change now to something else was becoming a problem. Because what they're used to doing is, we do this, we go forward, and then Mudawe and Neukuku. When they started putting pressure on the flank, Yangana Lunga, Nanam Sendami, Mudau, Vatanga Kustopa is foraging forward because Anga Kuzwana Manja Kuda, Tikadauta and Jenda Umberuka Ipok. It even got worse, but as open that T2 Chirewa, Papina Mr. Wolves, Abatos when I'm Dawa Kutima, one eye as Zutanga Shua Manj. And then Maswanhise, Pawazo guess what Maswanhise Papa, when Maswanhise took them for pizza and sent them, I don't know, he sent them. Vabatos won out Banara, Mawana, they tried to change, but it became Jean Zaguneta because they don't have that kind of system. Coach, he was approaching everything, our coach was approaching everything with caution because he's not, this guy just had them for a short while. So we can't say he's had time to implement a certain system or style of play. The second that, let's give him time. Tozo ona maybe after 6 months to a year, kuti kwangu, chitrati dzaka kuti, you know what I mean?
Lukumbura bunza question one on that here. Dongo bunzo, dongona, maybe tongona kuona tongo by the lift of our hands. And do you think we overestimate ourselves as a country, it's an international team? Do you think we overestimate ourselves? Because I do. Is there people who think that we don't? I just need to know why. Can you tell me why you don't? I'm talking from a collective point of view as a team with the national team.
We don't.
Yeah.
We don't overestimate ourselves.
Yeah.
Can you make a noise? Okay, yeah. I was saying, I don't think we overestimate ourselves. we know exactly who we are, and we know exactly the level that we are. We know exactly that we are not as good as South Africa. We know exactly we are not as good as most other teams in Zim Africa. But you see, that shouldn't stop us from being ambitious. You see, a game like I said, Angola. If we were not too pragmatic, cheaters, being too defensively minded, you see, put more attacking players on the pitch, we could have won that game. You see, we have to realize those moments. Up, we can go for it. Up, we can't. Right? So that game was a must win because we knew definitely against South Africa it was going to be tougher. Right? So we could, when we went into the game and we saw these guys were there for the taking, we should have gone all out. You see, so we have to realize those moments when they come. But now we have to throw all caution to the wind and go for a win, go for the kill. You see, we know that Atigone Bora, but we are not Madanda heads as it were in the game. You see, Maona Zaitwa Namfana Tawanda Maswanhise. Makaona zvakaita biu pipe akazonopotsa ake go bora but makaona makusuka kwakaita vanhu kubva from his own box achienda uko. So we have those talents in our team. We have people who have the ability to take us higher than probably where we think we are at. You see, so when we say we overestimate ourselves, I would rather think we are underrating ourselves. See, there's time where you respect the opponent.
Did you hear my example, Awapa? You gave individual brilliance. You gave individual brilliance as examples. Yeah. When we're talking about collective,
yes.
A team, forget we start yeah. It's a different ball game because I think I've been watching us Tawanda Chirewa is Zimbabwe for a long time, and my expectations are in terms of how to play. We overestimate ourselves because we put ourselves just because it's in individuals are not gonna get something doesn't mean we are actually good collectively. We are very poor collectively because Achina a proper identity. It's probably starting to come out bichana. And if you like Papa with this coach, he's been there for a short time, but the identity whether the catchers so bloomer because I just one time we don't know because today is a new game. I don't know what the Papa Jamari. Every single team that we played, every single national team that we played against Ugatarisa, the way that they play with a purpose. Even Angola, Ugatarisa, so we can beat those teams sometimes and we can lose, against those sides as well. But Ugatarisa, when it comes to system, Kukugunza right now, what is our strength? What actually can we do collectively? Yeah. And dopa example ya taifa ne vanhu vanouya muno zvichitaura zvemazimbabwe zaditi zvichitaura nchiti I've worked here nevafana vabva kuzimbabwe vabva kupremier league skiri rikauya dai so rinonzi rinomira apa kumira kuti z right chest wandoti zvese skiri over the leg over the ball and all that vakaipa vatambisa nevarungu vafana vanotamba basic bhora yekuti chavanongoziva chete kumisa pamwe kuchester chaiko vanogona chester rikaitongera roera pasimbi but kumisa zvidhori chete kudai so vafana vangu vekuzimbabwe vanorohwa why because hatina kujairira bhora resystem muzimbabwe even until today national team yedu chaiyo. There's no one. I would want anyone to tell me, this is the identity that we have as a country. And the only way that can change is giving people a coach a chance. And giving a coach,
we cannot have an identity.
Yeah.
We cannot have an identity when we are changing coaches every 3 months. You see,
That's the point I'm making. Because
coach anofana kupiwa, coach
expect
anofana kupiwa more.
right now, if we go up on Facebook right now, there will be people who are saying that coach is at this time, you should go. And you could see that probably half of Zimbabwe will be saying that. That's who we are.
Yeah, that's true. I think you see when we speak, when we are disappointed after a result like this. After a result like this, when we speak, when we are disappointed, it's natural you point fingers at the coach. It's natural to hear people and watch it. We want the coach to go, but it's a good thing. Good, should I say, type coach nguva. You see, I know first is only 3 months and he's only managed 5 games. Todzinga coach after 5 games as you see, we need consistency. With consistency comes identity of us as a team. We see, there was a time Taura discussed the formations, and we tried to set up in a back 3, and we struggled because the players that we actually have, they suit a back 4. You see, because I cannot imagine Tichitamba 3-4-3. My players at Tina will struggle. We will planet my areas in the team and Chileka. But ukatamba 4 like Zaita Nas I was not sure about Bill and Fungo Bill is a number 10. I think if I were a mistake, maybe he was playing a 4-4-1-1. And then but either way, Bill was supposed to be the number 10. I think Tawanda Chirewa would have been the best position player to play in there. See, but those are things that we are going to learn with time. You see, and Tawanda pass we are 10 we saw that pass that he made. You see, coach nguva. We should be guaranteed to know what the coach has won as well. You see, and next game I'm not surprised to go on Tawanda Arpa number 10. And then Biwa Odzokera ku wing where we know that's his position. If we had Bill Antonio on the left, Tawanda Maswanhise on the right, Tawanda Chirewa pa 10, and then Prince Dube up front. That front 4 is lethal. You see, we can get goals from there. But anyway, but tinofana kudzidza kupachi coach nguva yekuti anzwisise team yake and set up. Remember paakauya coach uyu, there was a statement yakataurwa kunzi he said he's gonna get us out of the group stages, and I said if he said that statement and he fails to do that, he has to be sacked, because he was saying things that were practical, that were not practical. But I know it must have been gossip or something like that.
But you just said you're ambitious, yeah. So why do you not want the coach to say, we'll get out of the groups? That's confidence as well, yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do it, but
that's being realistic.
You are pushing your players as well psychologically to say you can do it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen. Remember, everyone comes with a plan. Even boxing, jaimo munhu wese ane plan yekuti inini ndichazodai ndikasvika second round ndichazodai so, but it only takes a punch and the plan yako yapinda musango. So with that coach, but he can't come. If he came in and said, man, squad I didn't 2 months is tukungoenda ulo participate otongobuda first round my meeting. So he's got to show confidence. You know what, I can do this. And but it's also this is when we expect Vanu Bora. Like with us talking about Vanu Bora to not understand that Bora. We've got to realize we don't have to be like a fan Argungo Fungautizo. It's a God given, right? It's named that Hugo because my players at now. Because the one of the biggest reasons that not successful is due to my players now. Yeah, you know what? And I will say this because I've supported Bonnie to come in, because I'm supporter on the basis However, just like in Fana, Chikuchichi, whatever, yeah. Whichever way you are, we are now. You know what? He deserves to stay here. We have to give that person a chance, and there could be something that Coach Janinga owner, whether it is misguided or not. Yeah. So Bonnie is actually done okay. Muchi, tichi compare the way Yatamba, the way Yatamba J, my players mom. I did it. So this is the biggest issue now. Because it appears that we do overestimate ourselves because we've got a player who's coming from Tier 4 and he's playing for us. If you're not concerned with that, then you've got a problem. Because we're playing against Nigeria, my players, I'm a pro. I'm England, yeah? The Cameroons, they're going to list the same players and they're going to pro players who failed to get into my Afcon teams. Yeah? And Isusuga, we have a player in 4th tier. Yeah? Division 8 at all, and we actually relying on that player which is on the to hold up play and all that. So that means that statement alone can mean we are not where we think we are. We are not where we think we are because Zimbabwe national team should never have a player from a 4th tier. If we have a player from a 4th tier, then that means our quality is down. But now kana chita sabwazi tinozoti tina Chirewa weku Wolves, tina Munetsi weku Wolves, tina uyu umvana anozani Zemura weku Udinese, tina Nengi. Then we think we're great. But at least we
Kevin. We have my strikers are utamba in better leagues. We have my strikers are utamba in better leagues like Tando.
Like what?
Tando Ngwenya is playing in a better league than Irutamba Wanaboni.
And
then we have Prince Dube.
I've just watched it. Apart from Tando, and the Tando, actually, we're not guaranteed with the Tando is going to be our top. And when we're talking about players, you're talking about an individual. And I'll tell you something now, because I know that name you've mentioned it a lot. I don't know whether I would want to watch him, but I don't know whether he's that good or you've got a soft spot for Tando. Because Tando, you've mentioned him a lot. But however, he's a striker, and you've mentioned Prince Dube, who's been playing now. Yeah? Has Prince been 10 times better than Bonnie? Has he been 10 times better than Bonnie?
Not 10 times. Not 10 times, but he has scored. He's the only striker who has scored between the two of them. Between the two of them, he's the only one who has scored.
But in this sense now, you could not see, if you remove that goal, you could not see the difference between the levels. Yana Prince Dube, Nana Makoli Boni. You could not see the difference. You're not going to tell me with Hansi, you can clearly see with the Prince Dube and Tambara, it's 10 leagues higher than Boni. Yeah. So what I'm attacking here is our country, our mindset. We are that good. We're not there. We are delusional. We are delusional to think that we're that great. We have to have a proper research. If it means like right now with the coach, if we have seen something from this coach, we have to let this coach do what he has to do to get rid. Because I believe with some of the players, whether in Europe and all that, because I've seen so many players who's coming in. We should let this coach I'm a they should be going, my players, older players, Ruby and all that. Yeah. But we have to give, even if it means we are going to fail to qualify for the next Afcon. But coach here will bring identity to our side. This is what we want. But when we are more bothered about qualifying for Afcon, we are looking at results. We are not looking at how we want to be in future as a national team. That's how I see it.
So like talking about results, right? Here's my thing. I want to go back to what I had mentioned earlier, right? Um, you have Tawanda Chirewa, who's playing for Wolves, in the Premier League, the most difficult league in the world, right? You have Tawanda Maswanhise, who's the top goal scorer in Scotland right now, right? But then when you start a game against a team like Angola, for example, you're playing you're Washington Navires and Adigana lone striker or something. So like just going back to the point, my thing is, why are we starting these games with a defensive kind of mindset? Why not like what they did against Angola? They should have done that like vice versa. Same with South Africa, right? Why not play your best attackers first? Because we need to win. We need to score, right? Then second half, maybe bring in the conservative type of players. Then we get to defense. Not for you to wait for 70 minutes. Then now that's when you're starting to bring in these the better attackers. Why not play Tawanda Chirewa in the first half? That way, even if he misses one or two chances, at least he's trying. Because like now, this is how we end up in these kind of situations where we are blaming these players. As we shoot a border, mu 8 to 9 minutes, as we shoot a blank, say those kind of chances we should get them in the first half. That's when we can, maybe afford to miss one or two game. But manje imi mwatano na Washington Navaya arikungomhanya mhanyo vamwe maplayers achisamba mashura ari ega iri kana 901 formation hapana chatinowina. So my thing is, can you please play attacking football? Approach the game with an attack. The only team in that group that we could have maybe played conservative is Egypt, because we know Egypt is very dangerous. But against a team like Angola, why are you approaching that game with a defensive mindset?
What makes you think that if we play these attacking players, we're going to win a football match? What makes you think that? Have you thought as well that on the flip side, you can actually play those attacking players and actually leave yourself exposed because you're not that good from a defensive point of view?
Okay, but then, that's fine. That's fine. But then we've never tried it. Let's try it first. Then if it doesn't work out, we can say that. Because we've been playing defensive and we keep losing. Lesotho played attacking football against Zimbabwe. They won. Rwanda played attacking football against Zimbabwe and they won.
Malcolm, I just want to add on
we
to
cannot say what makes me think,
what Kevin was saying. I think I go back to the point of overestimating ourselves, because if we look back to the 3 games that we played as a country, there's no one game where Ndakati it was shambles. It was like totally outclassed. We did very well considering what we have. We have that 1, 2, 3 good players, the Tawandas and all. They will come in with a skill or two and they will give us a moment. But as a team, as a collective, and we need to be actually giving credit to what the boys have done and build from there. Now let's allow this coach to build a team around these other boys and try to give us an identity. Because I did listen to what he was saying. Saying, and which are your strengths? Atina. Out the Tawandas on Jingawan or Dedawan. What if that moment doesn't come? We struggle as a country. So I'm pleased with how the boys did, considering everything at total ground. Messi for my qualifiers. South Africa, we know that their system has been good. Kuvakudara. Isusu Nemamirata as fans, sometimes we are not realistic. We think with South Africa to be pound for pound with South Africa the way we did today, guys. Only taking mistakes with Chizoji South Africa is quite a tough fit. Tagona yati my mistakes. Yana kuti jigane mu ground kuti vanazo nyotadza. So we can build from there, but also be in the realism yekuti senyika ka tichiri vadiki atisi paumbe patukuzvisa poti ngatijigedzese no.
Louis, can I come in there?
But level yatirikuzvishandisa senyika level yamurufunga kuti mirai. Let me answer this.
This is the thing.
Let me respond to this. Mimi level ya murufunga tikuzvisa
bora kumanaka. Bora rasiyana ne basketball. Okay? Bora rasiyana ne basketball. Okay? Get me right. Basketball, you just need one guy. Anospaka machungompasira. Team winner. Bora is a team sport. Bora is a team sport. Munwese are in that team has a duty to play, whether it's offensive or defensive. Every player has a responsibility to play.
unless and until you can all play as a unit, defensively and offensively, do not expect miracles. Kubora kuna minana. We need to stop. Kubora kuna minana. Bora you are coached and then you train and then into a system. That's why you see. That's why some players they flourish in system. Tiki taka. Some flourish in a system. One touch movement. You quickly transition from defense to offense and quickly transition the other way around. Bora is a team sport. Isusu as a country, we are not yet there. We overestimate ourselves. We have 1 or 2, 3 boys. Has been clamoring about, hey, what was Marshall going to do there? Marshall himself cannot bring a collection to the team. We need a coach to be with these guys for a period. You implement what the system he wants. He would coach them the way they're supposed to play, the way he wants them to play. And then when they can all get that system, and then they can all implement that system, where they know good tikaruza bora uindino endapo tikawina bora uyanendapo. You know, you can have a team eduka, even off the ball running do they even know off the ball running chi? The moment a player has a ball, this is what I'm trying to talk about. As a team, they need to know and you start also positioning yourself until we get to a point where we play in a system where we know each other. We actually die. Not because it becomes ingrained in you. Atata shika patrufu. Is it true for Tashika? Oza one brother not phonera masna network. Is it not phonera network?
This is what I think. You know, I actually agree. I actually agree.
Let Al come in, then we can come in.
Because I'm coming off here. Quick word.
So,
Chingotarisa nasi kuti muzivi hatisi palevel iroro. That's the tachita say babuda lineup. We are imagining he's playing well because we don't know everything because tangu kandu kwa team abakanza asikumbotsa kumbeta chi 4 offensive players and have we ever seen them play with that? We were not sure whether Bill is playing we're not sure whether he's playing field or he's playing we're playing 4-3-3.
Okay, I couldn't hear Kevin.
Kevin, I so bad. We can't hear you.
How can you come in?
All right. Yeah.
I think that the indicators for performance were not there, you guys. From a high performance perspective, from the get-go, changing the coach, the camp was shortened. The players were not all there. And then we had all these injuries. The performance indicators were saying this is not going to go well for Zimbabwe. Now we get into the game. We see guys being fielded who maybe weren't the best for the job. And in the high-pressure situations, guys like Marvelous Nakamba touching the ball in the box, those are not skills you see people who win tournaments doing. No, seriously, guys. Those are not indicators of guys who are there to win the match. That gave away the game for me.
So my thing is this, right? Like, you know, I actually agree with the notion of maybe we overrate ourselves, right? We're not there yet. We're nowhere near, right? That's fine. So here's my thing. Inini, I'd already accepted that before the tournament even started, that we are going as a team that is maybe 1 or 2 individual brilliant performers, right? And when you go to a tournament like that, like, I mean, let's be honest, right? You know, like the whole 28 list, whatever squad, right? Who are our best players? Maswanhise, Chirewa, and Fabisch, Jalai, or maybe Jalai, right? So when you go to a tournament like that, since your best individual players are the attackers, why not utilize them? Why not use them? Now,
The
when you're
problem with that, Malcolm, is
giving them only 15, 10 minutes, and we're not winning. There are no
I
results,
understand.
Since
I
when?
get you. I get you, Malcolm. You want the attackers to be on the pitch, but let's be honest.
Exactly. Let them play.
What did
Yeah.
we create for example, we played the 4 attackers today, right? What chances did we create for example, for Maswanhise in the first half, besides the goal that he made by himself out of individual brilliance? I think the coach was looking at, if we look at ourselves, we couldn't string 5 passes in a row. How many passes were South Africa managing to string? Sometimes they would go for 20 passes, looking for openings. They're looking for openings. But we can't do that. The only thing that we were doing was, once our defenders, they didn't have anyone to pass the ball. Once they were under pressure, they would send the ball high and then hope for the best, hope someone will win the second ball, and then we go ahead. So even if we bring in the Maswanhise, even if we bring in Chirewa, who's going to pass the ball to them if we don't have a system? So usually what the coaches do when they start with a team is to build from the back. They start to, if you see most of the biggest coaches, they start building, they start by buying spine. They buy a central defender, like an experienced one. They buy a CDM. They buy probably a central striker so that they have a spine. But in our case, the ones that you're talking about, like Chirewa, is like the best number 10 for Zimbabwe. But Chirewa, if we are to be honest, is not even match fit. He will not be able to last 60 minutes in a game. Because why? Chirewa has only played 12 minutes of Premier League games this season. The rest of his action has been training and PL2 games, which is not really the highest level, but it's good enough for Zimbabwe. But we can't expect him to then come in and compete with players like, for example, we're playing against Teboho Mokoena. They've been playing in Champions League highest stage, semi-finals, finals for the past 4 seasons. They are fit players. They've played 20 to 30 games in this past season, and we expect to then go, because once you play attacking football, it means that you now need to do high press. You now need a high line so that you're able to link up the defense, the midfield, and the strikers. So do we have the material to be able to do the high press, to get the ball quickly to our
So my thing is,
no. Do
we
we have,
maybe we
let me
don't.
finish.
Do we
have the defenders who can play the high line for us to be able to accommodate all the attacking players? Because once you have attacking players who are up high, you need defenders who can be on a high line. Takwara is not the fastest. Galloway is not the fastest. Lunga is okay, but we cannot say his attribute is that he's the fastest. Munashe Garanganga is not the fastest. He was right back. So how do you fit all the attacking players into a system and be able to then have the team play as a team, as Calvin was saying?
So here's what I think, right?
All right, can I answer this?
I mentioned, the squad was already there. Okay, yeah, you can go ahead. I'll just speak after.
Okay.
Oh, should I go ahead?
So you're talking of pace.
Yeah, I think I sat with a stopwatch and I was timing every time Zimbabwe got the ball. Guys, we did not even get to 10 seconds much with the ball. In our possession, 30 seconds was a dream. Average was 3-4 seconds with the ball. We cannot push the ball to midfield. That means there's no midfield line. The only people that played that game was the defenders and the attackers. The midfield was non-existent. You cannot build from defense to midfield to attack. We did not hold that ball. Even 6-7 seconds was too long. The guys would lose the ball. If you see the replay, just sit with your stopwatch. Every time Zimbabwe gets the ball, you'll see that they lost that ball a lot.
Mhm.
It's not happening there. So it's
Yeah.
very wrong. Something's wrong there.
Yeah. Yeah.
You,
Go ahead,
you
Bogo.
know, here's my thing, right? Yeah, here's my thing, right? Like you said, we're losing the ball. Even playing as a defensive side, we're losing the ball. We're always going to lose the ball. So that goes back again to my point. Like,
Mhm.
okay, we are not there yet. We do not have the quality of players, right? And even if you try to play whatever way you play, right, we're still losing these games. So maybe why not try a change for once? Because
Would you
the moment
accept
you
it
get
if
in
we
a
lost
game and you
5-0?
give them the flow, hmm? No, but that's assumption. How do we know that? For example, against Angola, right? Had we approached that game with the attacking minded kind of play, what was going to be the outcome? We don't know, right? So maybe why not try something different? Because we are sick and tired of this thing where you get in a game and you give the opponents a floor to play whatever kind of play they whatever whatever the kind of like the game plan. You let them play their game plan. Why not create a game plan, then try use it? If it doesn't work, it doesn't.
But
That's my
Malcolm,
thing. Mm.
today we had those five attacking players up there. Were we able to hold the ball?
It worked. I mean, we were,
Were we
so here's the
able to
thing,
hold
right?
the ball?
We actually scored. Okay, maybe not
But
that, but we were
OJ,
scoring.
just to support Malcolm's point,
If you look at like,
Yeah.
if you were to
yeah,
ask any South
because
African today, could
we
Zimbabwe
did
were
score
they playing
today.
well, you get your
Yeah.
answers. If you were to ask South Africans today or watch them in the comment sections how Zimbabwe was
Yeah,
playing, they will tell you we were
Yeah.
giving them trouble. They will tell you we were actually doing very, very well. But us as Zimbabwean fans, tikungoona zvatadzwa chete.
Yeah, of
Ask
course.
any South African neutral or neutrals
yeah, and
how was
also,
Zimbabwe playing. You get many answers there. And vana
and
tikutukana
Slim.
lunga you hear Mamana Utarati was actually shutting
Mm,
down Mudau. They were passing the ball. They were very deadly on the counter. They were this and that. Ask South Africans. Asking Zimbabweans won't give you much because we are heartbroken.
Yeah,
We are
we're
angry.
emotional.
We are very emotional. But any South African
and
will tell you
Slim,
that mana
Slim,
kapampa kashata tapota tough.
Okay.
Slim. And the thing is like these South Africans, they know Chilean. Like when those South Africans mention, ask them about Chilean. They know about Maswanhise, they know about Fabisch, right?
Mm.
The thing is, if you look at those like first maybe 10, 15 minutes or whatever, right? We gave them the flow to play whatever game plan that they had. So that's my thing. Like, let us not even do that. Let's, because you win a game by scoring. The game starts against Angola, the game starts against South Africa. Attack.
Yeah.
If
Okay.
then that doesn't work, maybe you can put in your big seven or whatever. I'm not just talking about today's game because I'm
Yeah.
also mad about the game against Angola. When the game started, why are you even giving them a chance? That's my thing. So I like Coach Marinica, right? I don't think he has to be fired right now yet because he hasn't played with the Zimbabweans' best players. Give him Ezemura, give him Mnetsi, give him whoever like our best players. First test him, right? Then maybe if he doesn't give us results, we can let him go. But for now, I'll say maybe let's stick to him, right? But my thing is like maybe let's try to
Okay.
invest in attack. That goes the same to the Zimbabwean Premier League too. If you watch the Premier League games in Zimbabwe,
Yeah.
it's always 1-1, 1-0, 1-1, 1-0. We do not have attacking minded, I don't know, coaches or what knowledge or something.
Is
So
is
please let's
is it
invest
not
in
because
attack.
it that does it not come back to the same point that I was talking about? Yeah. Number one, it's intensity. Number two, it's being able to handle the ball under pressure. So if you look at
Yep.
the South Africans, they've got those Mokenas, they've got those Stole, they nickname him Yaya, they've got Mbole, they've got those Nkotas, they've got those Apolis. Those players, they were able to do whatever they were doing to us because they're able to hold the ball under pressure. Number two, they're able to press
Mhm.
without the ball. So that's where it comes in.
All right.
So
So
if
yeah,
yeah,
agreed.
mm,
Agreed, right? So I'll take the point, like the point that I mentioned, like let's invest in attack, right? I'll take that, put it to the side. Please let us invest in attack. Then I guess a recommendation is, can we please play match fit players? This, you bring a player from Division
yeah,
8 who's a substitute, mind you, he's a substitute in that Division 8 team he's playing for. He's not even getting game time.
he's
He has
not a
one goal or
sub.
two goals.
He's not a
He
sub.
is.
Yeah,
No, he's a
He's
sub.
not a
Look
sub.
at the page. He's a substitute. He's a
He's
substitute,
not a
right?
sub. He
No,
joined
I'm
the
not blaming
team.
him.
He
No,
just joined the
he's not.
team.
Okay, I'm going to blame a lot of players, not just him, right? Even the local, the knowledge is so on, like a lot of them, right? Can we please
Yeah,
play match fit players? This, because like what you'd said, right? We have players like Musona, for example, right? He's a really good player, but he cannot last a full 90 minutes. Apolis today played the whole game, and he was on fire the whole game. Mokoena played the whole game. Why? Because he's match fit. So can we please, I don't know how they're going to do it, but let's invest in attack, and can we also play match fit players? Because like that's the other thing. I think since 2000 and I would say 2017, we have been playing these tournaments with good players actually who only go to the tournament and play one game. Next thing you know, he's injured.
yeah,
Oh, he cannot play the next game. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened in training and stuff. We're sick and tired of that. We need a player who can play the whole tournament. We need players who can play the whole tournament. Apolis, Mokoen,
Malcolm is
they've
on
played
fire
all the
today.
South African games. And I know right now he's on fire for the round of 16 as well. So please, can we play
Yeah,
a match fitness? I'll go back to what Coach Francis said about the match fitness thing. Because there is no point of us taking players who only play one game and they rest for the whole tournament. I really thought that fitness test thing they did before the tournament started was going to, I don't know, maybe work in our favor or something, but clearly it didn't. It could have been better maybe if we then walked on Son or something
it
now, if you
actually
look at it,
tells
because
you. I think it actually tells you the
it's a
condition
scam.
of our Premier League because the coach tested those players for two,
Yes.
and uh, so the players that he has taken to Morocco are those players who were actually better in terms of match fitness than those he said he left them. So I think it also tells you the state that we are in.
Yeah, I
Then
think
I guess yeah, I mean, I don't
I
lie.
think
I
match
have people
fitness for Zimbabwe is
to
terrible.
follow, man. To that defeat, yeah,
We would not have
it's really
lasted
terrible.
another game, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. With those injuries, it was game over.
Oh, you wanted to
Yeah,
say something?
yeah.
Okay. What I wanted to say earlier was playing as a team. I get that, but it comes with giving the coach time, like I said
Yeah.
earlier. But what we have to decide is what philosophy do we play? What philosophy do we incorporate as a national team? And for us to answer that question, we need to look at the players that we have at our disposal.
Yeah.
And the players we have at our disposal, I think they fit a back four, right? However, there is a way of playing that back four. You see, what happened today, the coach played the back four. I believe it was, some are saying it was a back three. I believe it was a back four. But what was happening was our fullbacks were tugged in, were too close to the center backs, which left the wingers alone, like unmarked totally. It gave a lot of space to South African wingers. You see, when you do that, then you're always you're already putting yourself on the back foot. Ndopa nanchitaura na coach Kev paipa kuti if you tuck in as a fullback, you are giving that guy too much space, too much room, and with talent that those guys have, you don't stand a chance when it comes to defending them. That's why you end up making mistakes like the blockage mistake yaitwa na Lunga, because when you then try to go and close down, he's already taken a shot. You see, but if you are as close to him as possible, you see what has to happen in that back four system is the fullbacks get tight to the wingers, right? And then the right center back follows up to support the fullback in defending against the winger, right? And the left center back goes up and helps the left back in defending against the right winger. And then the two center backs the two holding midfielders drop in to act as temporal center backs. That way you are not exposed. You see, so and it only comes with time. You only learn that with time when you play together and you practice this in training over and over again. Like keep your fullbacks wide, and then supported by their center backs, the respective center back, either the left or the right. And then when it leaves a gap in the center of the goal, the two holding midfielders drop in as temporal center backs to cover that position. You see, and then these are things that you must. Then you need a number 10 that can drop in to cover the gap. Rasiwa Nema dropping midfielders and drop a deep. Then he drops as well deep. So when we are defending as a team. And then when we are attacking, then we are attacking as a team. Those fullbacks then push high up to start pushing back those wingers back. You see, that is a system that can be incorporated. But like I said, we have to give the coach time for him to implement that. For them to tell those players to master how to play that formation. I believe our best formation is a 4-2-3-1. But we are still, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. No, you can continue if you're still finishing. Are you done now? Okay. So Cancelo, from what you've seen from South Africa,
Kevin was still talking, OJ.
Yeah,
is Kevin back?
Kevin was talking.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah, I
talk
don't
after
think
KV.
No, I can't hear
yeah.
him. Can you guys hear him?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So you can go.
I doubt. No, you cannot. Yeah.
Yeah, we can. I can hear you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is always the problem. You see, I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying. You see, when they are attacking from the right, the left back tucks in, and but the right back has to be touch tight with the left winger. You see, he has to be touch tight. He cannot come back because otherwise you become too narrow, and they've got all the space in there, like near the byline and all that. So the right back gets touch tight, the left back tucks in. When the ball is switched to the left side, then the fullback swap. The right fullback then tucks in, and then the left back goes out and be touch tight. This is why I was saying Lunga, when the ball switched and went to his men, he was supposed to then go out, and then Garananga tucks in and be more central.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Is he going to play at all? Mm. Yeah. 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 Football is a game of small margins. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Mm,
Agreed. So,
yeah.
Cancelo, you're the one who was watching South Africa mostly. What do you think about their prospects and on the background of their performance and the other performance they've had?
Yeah, honestly, like in this competition, they have a chance of progressing to knockout phases and a quarterfinal, semifinal. They do have a chance of progressing because you can look at their organization. Which yes, sometimes they're vulnerable because they push the two fullbacks high up and they try to cause that overload to the right backs and left backs, and then they try to find the to give the ball to the inside man, and then it's actually dangerous. That play is actually unpredictable. But if you look at the Club World Cup again, the same thing happened when Chelsea played PSG. It was actually Malo Gusto and Paul Palmer teaming up to create that overload on Nuno Mendes. And then when doing that, Paul Palmer scored two goals on the same position. So it's like ah, yeah, that actually play who invert my fullbacks. It's actually
Yeah.
a just play.
Are,
And
are
if
they
you,
are they vulnerable though on the counter? Like they're
yeah, they're very
suffering against
vulnerable.
space.
Yeah, honestly, they're very vulnerable. If you saw today, Modiba, that guy from South Africa, he was caught out of possession. It was just one ping pass to from Chirewa to Maswanhise, and then we had the goal. So yeah, they can be actually dangerous, but that's the thing. In Africa, it's like a fast football. So if you saw yesterday the game for Cameroon and Ivory Coast,
Yeah.
if you saw Diallo's goal,
Yeah.
just one pass to Diallo, and with the space, you'll finish. But
Yeah.
yeah, semi-final, quarter-final, yeah,
They can
they will
reach.
try. They will try. I think they're even
Yeah.
more dangerous than Egypt. And like
You think
in the
so?
question, I think so. I
Mm.
think so. And the question. So
Yeah.
hii scenario ya Mataura yakuti you try to make the left back attack in. When in today's game, if you look at that guy Mudau and the other guy he was playing with Moreno whatever, vanga vachiuya vari two. So if you have two players coming in, it's like you're gambling that you have to intercept that the cross or whatever the cutback. You just want them down because if he beats Lunga and Lunga is already out of position, apana we're outnumbered and there's a hole box. So I mean, how do you approach that?
Where is the ball?
It's coming from it's being attacked on Lunga's side,
The Lunga has to be touch with him.
other side diagonal.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm. He doesn't have the ball.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, on a half 10.
Side one, yeah.
Mm.
See my mm. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. So yeah, whenever you that technical type of player and kwanza ku understand those small margins. But you
Yeah.
know, the thing is again in today's game, I felt like Zimbabwe had this ginger yekuti rekete vatangovarowa chop because the way they were playing in the first minutes, my long balls, uh, you know, it's risky wow because to over there say we were losing the shape. We are losing the shape and our mid block system, that would try to compact. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's an instruction they were told by the coach. You never know, but
Uh,
mm,
Yeah. In turn. Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Baleba, yeah, mm,
Mm.
yeah,
Not comfortable.
He's not comfortable.
yeah. Compose, yeah. Didi. Oh, Iwobi.
Iwobi. Yeah. He's
Mm-hmm.
very good.
Yeah, it's it.
Yeah. Even the South African we faced,
Ebono.
Mokoena.
the wingers. Mm. Yeah, yeah, mm, yeah, mm, yeah. That's the challenge. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the challenge. And also, the thing, yeah, and I wanna pa SA is, yeah, their football is good. It's more possession style, but Aina those specific rotations. It's not only a team like Manchester City that you can actually capitalize. Kuti, if you have those main rotations, you don't know kuti, who's gonna receive the pass and who's gonna
Mm-hmm.
whatever. You don't have that. In SA, it's like I don't know. It's like this U shape. Uti when on a left back, when on a center back, when on a right back. It's good football because you have the ball, but actually you're not actually detecting because on a team it is very very compact. It in a mid block
In terms
like
of
Egypt.
penetration.
Egypt with 10 men. Yeah, they actually capitalize.
Yeah.
They can't do anything. They can't do anything. So yeah, it will be
Yeah.
interesting to see where they
But I
go.
think they should utilize that Forster guy. I think his order of play
Yeah.
was very
Mhm.
good, and he was able to drop deep a bit and then pass it on to the white man. So
Yeah. And OJ, did you see the two pass which was intercepted by Ruby with the head? That one was dangerous. That was a
yeah,
killer pass.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
that was
was
one was yeah. I
good.
think
Yeah, Papa Type. Papa Type. So guys, you have agreed with that's a Tingay coach, but yeah, with Zimbabwe, the coach is always gonna go in these cases.
Yeah, I know, maybe not. Here's what I think, right? You know, like I think Coach Kelvin mentioned, even if you bring a Pep Guardiola in this team, you bring a Jose Mourinho in this team, it might be the same results. And I think this all goes back to investing in our grassroots. That 400,000, that $1 million you're giving to the Warriors. Can you please give that money to BN Academy, ACES Academy, Coach Marino's Academy, or something? Let's invest in our grassroots first. You should also treat football as a business. You invest in your business, you get a good return. Don't just hope for miracles.
So
This is why we
you
have
don't want the
players.
boys to get cars.
No comments. No
Happy
comments.
with my
But
raptor.
please, but here's the thing, even if you give Marvelous Nakamba 20,000, like, oh, hey, here's 20,000. Can you please win the game against Egypt? We're not going to win it. Even if he runs his lungs out, he might die because he's not match fit. You know, so please let's invest. Let's invest in our grassroots. Let's invest
Yeah.
in these academies. Where is the under 23 squad? Where is the under 21, under what 17, 18?
Yeah, true.
because this thing of taking shortcuts all the time, clearly it's not working. In
Mm.
2004, it was working, although we didn't go beyond like go to the knockouts. Those guys were really good. Like at that time, I think Zimbabwe was ranked number 36 in the world's FIFA world rankings. Right now, Zimbabwe is ranked number 36 in Africa, number 129 in the world.
Mm.
And this is because we no longer have a strong grassroots. Had Zimbabwe, yet Zimbabwe stayed in the same path, like back in 2004, by now would be something. This is what, I don't know if you follow Tanzania. This is what they're
Mm.
doing right now. They're not there yet, but I can tell you in 2030, Tanzania will be a different story. Why? Because they're
Uganda,
investing in grass. Yeah,
Uganda too.
Uganda too.
Mm.
Morocco did the same thing. Morocco literally did the same thing. Look at Morocco right now. They just won is it under 21 World Cup or something? Under 17?
World Cup.
They,
Yeah.
yeah, they're not shortcuts. Please let us not take these shortcuts of just hoping for the best. It's okay. We bring in our British brigades, I don't know, whoever is performing well in the competitive leagues, right? But this is why we have what we had talked about earlier, the individual brilliance. Because of that, Maswanhise is far apart from teenager Derby. It's not, those players are not even supposed to be playing the same team because the quality is not even, yeah. So, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but
Yeah.
Ananzani, Zifa president had, I think it was in his manifesto, he said something about an inter-coaching relationship that is going to start something with Morocco. Like some of our coaches are going to go to Morocco and be trained, and then some of our young players as well would go. Either the coaches from Morocco would come and help our grassroots football
Okay.
grow up, but no one has mentioned anything of that sort since he came on. So I don't know what is going on, but can someone hold him accountable to his words?
Yeah. 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 I think
Yeah.
though that
Yeah. To the
partnership is brought on those friendlies that we played in Morocco. I think it was against Burkina Faso and Niger. That was the only thing
yeah.
that came out of the partnership. But as you said, yes, we need someone to hold him accountable so that we have clear plans, we have clear objectives that are there, and clear plans that are said to be each by such and such a time. And then we see them being implemented. And if they are not done, we go and ask questions why
Yeah.
they are not being done. Yeah. Go on, Malcolm. You want to say
Yeah.
something?
Yes. I want to say, please, can you create write a book, stick to it, right?
Yeah.
Make some goals, stick to those goals. I actually liked the president's interview. I think it was with Yvonne, president, the FIFA president with Yvonne. And, he kind of had he had a plan, he did talk about grassroots. They also introduced this initiative of engaging with primary schools where they have I don't know, tournaments or something and all that. Can you please do that? Why? Because, like I had mentioned earlier, even if you give these players $10 million, they're not fit enough. They do not know the basics. That is why we can only last 10 seconds with the ball, then we lose it.
Yeah.
Havana training yakakwana. They don't, havanaita makono now, you know, Hapana, Havana training Havana. So it's like Navaya, yes, you're the top goal scorer in Premier League, but you're not a proper striker. You don't know the fundamentals of being a good striker. Why? Because I know Madzidza. So if
Yeah.
anything, that's why I was saying we cannot hope for a miracle. A miracle, yes, you can get it in the Zimbabwean Premier League. You can be a top goal scorer. That is sorry, but that is why people believe in Juju now, because of things like that. where you do not even have the fundamentals of being a proper striker, but you're the top goal scorer. You know. But I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm
Also,
sorry to you, but
yeah.
like to be honest, please let's invest. Yeah, you can go on Cancelo. Yeah.
Yeah, true. But yeah, in terms of the basics, oh man, it only takes, simple things. A half 10,
Exactly, man.
you've already changed one more attack.
Yeah,
But
Man,
it's
why
the
do you have to
base
be,
things. Yeah.
man, why
They
do
are
you have to
still in
be,
attack.
man,
No,
guys here. I don't
it's
know
the
why
basics. They
you have to
cannot
be like
even
a fifth
make.
center back.
Yeah, no
Have back six.
five straight passes. They can't.
Man, look,
Five my
Sergio Busquets,
You
passes
he
see
and
doesn't
what
have pace.
pass,
happens.
pass,
Sergio
pass. They
Busquets,
can.
that guy, he doesn't have pace.
No,
But look at the way he detects the game. Half 10,
Yeah.
he's gone already. That's
But
it.
we
you
should
The
see,
game
speak about
momentum.
Galloway,
pane
guys.
zvinhu zvandataura zvekuti we have to give the coach time yekuita
Oh, yeah.
build this team, right? You see what was happening, why we were not able to keep the ball for longer periods of time. So when one guy is on the ball, he didn't have immediate support around him. You
Yeah.
see, so he turns, he cuts back, he looks back, and then the defender is so far away. Then he thinks, "Oh, I cannot put the ball that far back." He turns back again. He looks up front. There's no one around him. You see, there's that issue of making triangles. Like when the player is on the ball, two other players go, one on the left, one on the right. Give him options. You see, so that he can either pass to the left, pass to the right. He has options. We are not doing that. So this is when we are seeing the guy will then launch it long because ana options are padhuze naye. And those things, those are coach with time. Antanga uzotaura naye kuti you when your left back receives the ball, you always drop deep, umpe option. You will Galloway push her up a little bit when on receive a ball, cannot Lunga, whoever. You see, those things, I hope kuti nekufamba kwenguva, then our coach will be able to do that. But for him to be able to do that, he has to be given time. You see, I always worry about the firing mentality yanga ine Zifa. You see, pakadzingwa Brito had started very well, and he had suggested things that he noted things that he wanted improved. You see, we cannot be firing coaches for needing a helping hand to improve our football. But akadzingwa. So we can only hope, like zvataura OJ kuti totogona kuhopa hedu kuti coach anopiwa time, but tinoziva kuti anopedzisira adzingwa and taita back to zero. See, so takambomupa nguva, like takataura before the tournament started, and I was saying this tournament is almost like a training session. After the tournament, ndopatotanga kumupa time because he was never going to come out of this group. He was never going to come out because preparations dzedu for this tournament were shambles. We had zero preparations. It was like he was set up to fail and to begin with. But anyway, Gatiumpe a clean slate from now onwards. Touching Jaja from there, but give him another year. Give him 2 years. At least that way, tonight I say we can set up a philosophy, a style of playing, and then coach anotanga unzwanana players better. I think the more you spend, zvanotaura kunzi tamba mese mujairane, ndo zvinoitika izvozvo. So takamupa time players, and then zvinhu izvozvo zviri basic, even though iwo maplayers edu ekuzpsl ari kunzi they are lacking in basic things that they should know. Coach anozoita time yekuvadzidzisa nekufamba kwenguva, then eventually tirogona. But however, isusu tine maplayers akaita sana padera, maplayers akaita sana Fusire vai vakakura in proper academies, like KV was saying. You see, hazvivanetse vapfana vai kubata kuti okay, ndo zvamuroda kuti tiite, go and give support to your mate, and then he goes. Zvinhu zvakadaro izvozvo hazvinese kuvabata. Then that way tinotanga kuita keep the ball much better, and as a team we become better overall.
Yeah, agreed. Now, guys, so do you have any other horses that you'll be running with for the rest of Afcon? Any
Southern
teams
Africa.
that you?
South
Yeah,
Everybody
Africa.
with South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa. I have a soft
Mm.
spot for Senegal,
Yeah.
yeah, Senegal too, but yeah, South Africa too, yeah.
But I
Yeah,
know
Ivory
Morocco
thank
is
Coast.
you.
going to win it.
Ah,
You think so? I
we'll
don't,
see. We'll
I
see.
don't
We'll
know.
see. We'll see.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, then
Morocco
Morocco
is
home
winning this.
advantage.
Nigeria. So Nigeria too is
Morocco
coming
is
in
Nigeria.
winning this.
strong.
Yeah,
So
Yaitamba
Nigeria is
Nigeria.
coming in
nemadufu
strong, yeah.
zvaitwa netunisia zvaya ibhora rekupira vaitamba reri
Yeah.
Tunisia.
mashura vaita vanhu vetunisia vakazopika zvavo second half. There's
Yeah, they
that
did.
guy anopfeka number 10 uya that guy is a bowler anotamba akavadzora mugame but they started slowly. Tunisia, I think that's why they lost the game.
Yeah. And that
Ivory Coast.
reminded me of the old Tunisia of the likes of Trabelsi, Dos Santos, Jaziri that we watched
Dos
around
Santos munhu
2000.
aitsika bhora uya
That Tunisia team.
And equal Ivory
Dos
Coast na
Santos
Cancelo.
takaona mashura.
And what do
So
you think of Ivory
Cancelo
Coast?
says
You
Ivory
know,
Coast.
yeah. The thing with Ivory Coast is I like the way they are approaching the game. Kuti havasi chance experience. Zaha was out the game versus
Yeah.
Cameroon, and they went for that guy who's doing well with Leipzig. The Jan Diomande. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was very tactical.
Yeah, they are not afraid. Okay. Is it because of Ahmad? Just generally. Yeah.
Mm.
He's out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't this the tournament yekuti tadzoka tisina a win? Did we have a win? No.
No.
This is the only tournament. I think
No,
the other ones taizowina hedu 1 rekupedzisira.
No,
dead
there was
rubber.
that other one. There was that other one. Is it the Pasua one where we drew with
Ratakadyiswa
was
nachipezezi.
Algeria.
yeah,
Yes.
we were smashed that tournament. At least this tournament
Rakachunirwa
Joel.
bhora. That tournament yakabva yafa because chipezezi akatanga nekuchunira bhora first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially today's game.
Mashura. Yamavhe ansandayiregerera.
Yeah. Maveo mana.
Yamavhe ansandayiregerera aiwa.
Ndozvaurisa
And
kulutulu.
you know, see,
Yeah,
Ndozvaurisa
I
kulutulu
was actually
was
danati.
uncalled
surprised
for.
with you. Even
Ndozvaurisa kulutulu
Nanonzani,
danati pai.
Arubi should have told him. Arubi should have told him, leave it.
Yeah, and
You
you know
see,
what? The
there are
ball yange
moments.
isn't gonna
Yeah.
pace. The ball yange isn't gonna pace. That
Hey,
ball, I bet it wasn't going to trouble
Bro,
the
like it
goalkeeper.
was uncalled for. Yeah. Like what was that?
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fatigue too.
You
I
could
think that was
see.
fatigue too, that decision. Yeah.
yes, that's the thing.
Sorry, Coach Kevin. Can you I've seen a lot of people asking or a lot of people ridiculing us on the Facebook page when we talk about match fitness. Can you please explain the concept of match fitness to people and how it affects it? Yeah. Simple way for them to understand. Yeah. 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 It's very small. Yeah. Yeah. You're building big. Yeah. Yeah. You've got capacity. Yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah. Mm. To prove. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
So
I,
how
I
does
wanted
it
to ask you a
affect?
question.
How does it affect in a game situation? Say you are training fit, but you are not match fit.
Yeah,
What
return
difference
time.
does it make? Let's say you are defending or
Mm,
you want to pass. How does it affect? Yeah. 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 I can't. Yeah. 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 Mm. Okay. Yeah. Ramakum. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Mm. He's playing. It's different. Yeah. Mm. I hope it explains to them. I'll post a
Yeah,
full clip of this
yeah.
because yeah, a lot of people without knowledge come and they say "Muruti made fit shi trainer club kwake." Yeah. Mm. Yeah. 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 Mm. Yeah. Cartoon. Mm. Mm. Shift the left. Yeah. 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 They would shift to the right. Yeah. Yeah. You can't. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. And it showed today when he was left out. It was the intensity was too much for him. Yeah. Guys, do you have any other words? Anything on your heart? Anything else that you're thinking?
Uh-uh.
Wow, good for you. Is that a copper bag?
Well, that's-
That's a copper bag. It's too light for you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Ah, should we address this thing? Should we address this thing? I think there's a viral video, yeah, Oliver, when you was, I think we were talking about the options at number 9, and Oliver mentioned that, I think we were saying that against Egypt, we're going to be in a low block because we're going to have less possession. And that's exactly what happened. We had less possession. And I think Oliver was running down like the forwards that we have. And Oliver was saying, we have Prince Dube. He's not really much of a target man. I think it was proven today. He's not a target man. And then he mentioned Bill Antonio, he mentioned Wadi, he mentioned Maswan. Yes, yes. And Oliver mentioned that the only striker that we have who has got a frame to pull out his shoulders and bring out his chest and hold the ball in that situation is Bonnie. And yeah, there's been hundreds and thousands of comments on that saying Hasi Bora Fremino Tambachi, and people start bringing up names like Yamao, start bringing names like Messi. But look at Tyra Messi. I don't even want to go there. Look at Messi, like the lower body strength Yana and the upper body strength Yana. They start bringing names like Iniesta and stuff. And we were saying, no, we're talking about
Iniesta.
a target man in number 9. Uh, yes.
Mm.
And I've asked a number of people, okay, give me one team in the English Premier League right now which plays a low block, which plays with less possession, which plays with a number 9 who's not physical. Not even one was brought. Any team
Mm.
with frame.
Raul, Raul Jimenez.
Jimenez, yeah.
Burnley with Lyle Forster, Burnley.
Every team, yeah. Or Maswanhise, yeah.
What is? Mm. Yamao.
Yeah, it's Premier League. Nkana Chet. Pick one, leg two.
Beneath.
Lindlovu. I think he was one thing that was missing today. He would have roughed them up, those Mbokazis.
Denver.
Mm.
No more.
Yeah. Was it Cardiff, I
Cardiff.
think. Yeah. 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 It's crazy. Oh, do you have any last words? Anything burning?
Nothing burning, but we just hope we start seeing developments from where we are right now.
Yeah.
You see, chinhu chinogara chichindimara about our football is lack of progress. Tinoramba chitenderera panzvimbo 1 all the time. It's
Rinse and
like we are
repeat.
making 2 steps forward and 1 step, 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards. You see, there was a time when Zifa was under Leo Mugabe, and we actually thought that the management or the administration wasn't good. But comparing, I would rather bring back that administration because maybe we had the best, but not the best. We had something which was good enough, but we didn't realize it. But because zvakazouya handiti kwakazomboita zvinonzi chii yanga iri committee yakambenge iripo
Normalization.
normalization committee.
Abnormalization.
Yeah, inonzi exactly abnormalization committee. Then kwakuzouya zvinhu zvakadaro zviya hazviprogresse bhora redu harimbofa rakafambira rakaenda mberi. Ndo vanhu ivai normalization committee iyoyo ndo yakadzinga Brito ka ichiita zvinhu zvayo nekuti they had been found out, they had been called out kunzi apa hapana right, apa pass right, apa pass right. So and then tovatadzinga munhu for that. Izvozvo zvinhu izvo zvinoramba zvinoita kuti tirambe tichitenderera in circles in our football. Football will never develop. Toda bhora rinoenda mberi. Totakaona kuti takambotaura nyaya yeprogression kuti takufanira kuona vana padera vana Sean Fusile vachipinda mutimu, you see, but zvinhu zvakadaro hazvisi kuitika. Fusire never played a single game in this tournament. Padera played a few minutes. Is it? I don't know how many minutes he played, but he didn't last the full game. But tinoda vapfana vakadaro. Malita Vaziva is not even in the squad. But ndo future yatinayo. Zvanga zvitaurwa neboys zviya zviyaka. Those were valid points. Pane mamwe vanhu vakuti avachafanirwa kudzoka munational team imomo yeve. Nakamba number 1. Haachafanirwa kudzoka imomo, but you see nemacoach edu tinoona kuti Nakamba is the first name on the next team sheet. Izvozvo zvinhu izvozvo, if we find what is causing that, if you find what is causing us to stick with players we clearly know are not good enough, I can see it as a fan. Definitely a coach can see it as a coach. But why is he picking him out, picking him for matches? Like today, Atambire, try something else. Yeah, he couldn't even sub him.
He subbed Jonah.
So zvinhu zvakadaro izvozvo it baffles you. You don't understand kuti chii chiri kumbonyatsoitika, but until zvagadziriswa ka tinoita izvo zvandataura zviya zvekuti toramba tichitenderera panzvimbo 1. 2 steps backwards, 1 step forward.
Thank you. Cancelo, any last words?
No. Everything has been said. Development going forward. I want to see a change. That I want to there is a chance. There's a chance. And you know, the roots are there, they are clear. There are no shortcuts in football. So
Yeah. Thank you. Malcolm.
Yes, there are no shortcuts in football, like my brother Cancelo said. You know, even if you give these players 20 million each, they're not going to win a game. They're not fit. Let us invest in that, please. Moving forward.
All right. Oh, cool. Kevisa, you're back. Anything? Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What happened? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we need it. We need to let it die down. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully in future we can get some of these boys to come and just have a short chat and we see what happens. Yeah. We promise that things wildfire will just that we promise that kuzopinza vana pahotfire will be gentle with them. Vanongoya votaura for yeah, one. Yeah, anyway, thank you guys, and to the audience and to whoever will be watching us. when we discuss about players or when we discuss situations in the game, what we do is just analysis. We just analyze situations. We all love football. We don't have anyone that we hate. We don't have anyone that we love more than any other. We just love the Zimbabwe national team, all of us. So whatever we say, we don't have anyone's agenda. We are not paid by anyone. We are self-funded. So uh, don't worry. All our discussions will be respectful and we'll continue to. Yeah, it's nothing personal.
Nothing
We
personal
love you all.
indeed.
Yeah, it's nothing personal. Yeah, so I think we'll go in the background, then we'll see what we can do for the rest of Afcon since our host is out. I guess we'll adopt a team or we'll adopt a stage, then we'll be coming up probably end of week to discuss some of the stuff.
I'm just disappointed Cape Verde are not there.
Hey, my baby. Yeah, 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 yeah. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Cancelo, and everyone else who was here earlier, and to the audience. Thank you. Keep the comments coming. Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you,
Cheers.
guys.
All
Thank
right,
you guys.
cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.